All right. We're live. We're back. It's a snowy Monday here in Salt Lake. I'm not super thrilled. If I were skiing, I would be because, Alta closed at beginning of May because that's when their lease on Forest Service land ends for skiing purposes. The resorts that own their own land, they're still going. So Snowbird still has 10 feet of snow and they're going. And I think this storm has been a foot or two of snow. So I would be thrilled if I were up in the mountains. I'm not super thrilled having snow on May 5th and 6th in the city. But so we're back. It is day 5 of the Karen Reed trial. And once again, I'm Joe. I'm an attorney licensed to practice in the state of Utah. This is in Massachusetts. And JT Davis, good to see you again. Karen Reed is guilty until proven innocent. As I've said, I have avoided as much evidence as I can because I want to base my verdict on the evidence presented in court. I do hold it against her collaborations with Turtle Boy because I think he's an odious little prick. But yeah, that won't factor into the verdict though. And so, Vince, good to see you, and Kova, and I'm surely going to forget that the JT is James, but I'll do my best. And June, good to see you again. Welcome back. And I did see the links you posted that must have got deleted as spam. I forgot to respond to your second comment, but I did see the links, so thank you for that. And so, yeah, like I said, we're day 5. I believe Friday we ended on the senior firefighter, I think on direct examination. It was a busy weekend, so can't remember exactly. They did break early. That was to renumber the exhibits because if you remember, there were a few issues. The judge commented multiple times as they were trying to enter exhibits that there were problems. Let's just say there were problems. They needed to renumber them. So that's why they ended 45 minutes early on Friday. I didn't know that at the time, but that's what it was. It was to renumber the exhibits. So this morning, they got started with some excellent auto subtitles for those of you who are just listening but not watching, where I paused to get ready for the starting the video. Say, for the compost, good morning, everyone, is slowly morning yarn. So that's some excellent gibberish. I would hope there's no compost in the court, good morning or not. And yarn, I don't think knitting needles would make it through court security. Maybe a crochet hook, but I don't know. So, and Vince, let's hope she didn't have a stroke because, well, that would just, well, it might make the trial interesting, but I think it would complicate things more than it would make things interesting. So that being said, how about we get started?
Your Honor, Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Tinetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, counsel wanted to see me?
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and
All right.
copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it.
Static, long time no see. Good to see you today.
Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today, because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death.
Sounds to me like you should have searched for those before. I mean, you should have searched for those before. It's not her job to provide you with any photo she might be in. The state didn't suppress them by not looking for them. This is on you. This is on you. But once again, her being on the track team could make her an acquaintance, not a friend. If they don't personally hang out since they were on the track team together, that doesn't make them friends. Like I said, I wasn't on the football team. I was volunteering in the training room, so I was at every football game, every football practice, basketball too, during high school. So I'm, every day I was with Haloti Ngata, like I said, future Hall of Famer for the Baltimore Ravens. I was with him every day. I'm sure I'm in photos with him. Maybe even in the yearbook in a photo with him, aside from our individual photos. I've seen him once since high school. The fellow volunteers in the training room, I spent, multiple hours every single day with them. None of them are my friends. They're all acquaintances, coworkers at the time. I haven't seen any of them in 20 years. So I'm certainly not covering up a crime for any of them.
It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility.
She said she didn't perjure herself. She didn't perjure herself. They asked, have you seen her in the last 10 years? I don't recall. Have you seen her in the last 5 years? I don't recall. She, if she doesn't recall, she doesn't recall. I can't tell you the last time I saw most people, especially if it's multiple years ago. He says, oh, there's a photo of them at a baby shower 3 years ago. That's not perjury. If it's not memorable, she doesn't remember it. You didn't ask her, were you on the track team together? You asked, were you friends in high school? What's a track team? Is she, running the 100 and Caitlin Albert a shot putter? Would they even like they'd be practicing at the same time, but would they be practicing together if they're doing different events? Like, there's some proximity, but not a ton. So it's just it's not perjury. It's not perjury. So Neil, good to see you, and Erica. That's the thing about lawyers. We have different opinions. It's I'm not buying his arguments, but once again, nothing has been proved yet. So, it's weeks away from me being able to give an actual opinion of guilt or innocence. So, yeah, and that's often the case, but if I'm unsure about it, if I, especially if they're asking a very direct question, have you seen this person in the last 5 years? And it's like, well, I think the last time I saw them was 6 years ago, but I may have seen them 3 years ago. I don't recall is the honest answer. So, but then it is also, it can be what's called weasel words. So it's hard to say. And that's it. To the best of my recollection, I haven't seen her in 7 years. To the best of my recollection, I haven't hung out with her individually, since high school or whatever. It's not perjury. Now, if she said, I did not hang out with her on January 28th at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, and then there's pictures of January 28th at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, that's a provably false statement that she's probably made to deceive the court. So, yeah, but let's keep going.
Of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's supplemented by.
Hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today. And the reason.
So reciprocal discovery. Well, the reciprocal discovery is it's their discovery, the defense's discovery, and so whether or not they had to have provided it to the prosecution in order to get it admitted, because it's not the prosecution's job to have provided the defense with photographs that they didn't have. So
is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
and that's, the judge said, this is cumulative and static. Have fun out in the snow with the animals. I assume it's snowing on your side of the Oakers. So the judge said, well, yeah, but this would also be cumulative. So you can't pile on. If you can make your point with a couple photos, you don't need to show every single photo that they've ever been in, unless it's adding something new. Because the court wants to be efficient. The court wants to be efficient, so they don't want cumulative evidence. So,
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we
All
get
right.
today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So, Sergeant Lenk, is he testifying today?
Yes, Ron.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while.
we've got an inch or two on the grass static, but none on the roads.
Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. Necessarily how long?
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Giannetti will handle the other, and I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
I
Okay.
think that's probably accurate.
All right. Paul, can I see?
So Kova, and hello, Kevin. Kova, that is the court reporter. So instead of the little mini keyboard that, often in courts you hear the clackety, clackety, clackety of the court reporter typing, it's a microphone that basically isolates the noise so you don't hear her talking. And so she's dictating everything that goes on in court as the official court record. And I'm sure there's a fancy software that actually captions it correctly instead of, compost yarn, good morning. Which is funny because over the weekend I saw, I can't remember if it was YouTube, Reddit, or just something on Facebook making fun of, there's a new isolation microphone for VR headset type things, and it looks just like that. And I saw it and I'm like, well, that's not new. That's just the court reporter microphone. So.
All right. Thank you. So we will, all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Jim?
I don't see Daddy O'Keefe there today. At least not on the front row.
Maybe.
We also have exhibit book 8.
8.
Thank you.
it's definitely difficult. No, what's funny is, we were talking last week a little bit about the role of victim advocates as witness coordinators. Saw a job posting here in, I think it's officially in Orem, so down by the Provo area, 40 minutes from here. A job with a nonprofit law firm that represents murder victims' families as basically private witness advocates. So that looked interesting. Yep. I wish I could afford $1 million lawyers.
Rise for the jury.
Static. I'm terrible with Discord, and when I click the link it works, but everyone else tells me it doesn't, so I think it's a bad link. I'm terrible at it. So thanks for the reminder, though. I need to look into it more.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly
Hear ye.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jury.
Forgot to put it on 1 1/4 speed, so.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions, and we appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case since we left the other day. So with that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar
And do the sidebar before the jury gets there. Come on. And that's one of the things, as crime victims or the crime victim's family, oftentimes you're dependent on, if I remember right, Erin O'Keefe works for Stryker. She's reliant on Stryker, being decent and giving her paid leave. Or, sometimes patients and stuff, sometimes coworkers will pool their vacation time and donate it to her. And or there is the GoFundMe. I don't know that they have one, but it's an option. Hey, our brother was murdered. It's going to be an 8-week trial. We need to be there to show our support. We can't afford to miss work. So please help us through the GoFundMe so that we can go and support our brother, support the Commonwealth, and try to get justice for our brother. But yeah, it's a terrible burden, not just emotional, but it's financial. So, yeah. And I, am not $1 million lawyer. I wish. I wish. I need a few more viewers here on YouTube to get to that level. And that's, if you can even manage to work that half day afternoon, I'd be so emotionally spent that there's just no way. There's no way if I were in this position, it would just, as an O'Keefe, as a, victim family member, it would just be 8 straight weeks off, not even checking emails. It would be awful, awful, awful. And the, retail sucks. Some people like it, don't get me wrong, and it's an important job. I hated working retail because I'm impatient with people. And I would hope that Karen is sober now. I would definitely hope so. Of course, maybe by now she's on the proper MS drugs. All right. Well, apparently we're getting the trial in Morse code today. Oh, there we go.
Be mindful to step up.
Morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and during the case now and here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
So it looks like we finished with that last firefighter that I couldn't remember, but brand new witness this morning. So.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Yes, my name is Paul Gallager, last name Gallager.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And
Okay.
how long in total have you been a member of the camp?
So we're back to police. So we had to start 2 O'Keefes, then 2 police officers, then like the entire fire department. Now we're back to police officers, Canton Police.
Total of 32 years, 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of
Yes.
2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018
Sergeant.
until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is it, just starting with that, what is it that a detective sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases and bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
June, I haven't watched closely on the stairs. So I understand Friday after court, after they brought up the MS thing, she needed help down the stairs. But, if there's no railing on a long staircase, I'd take someone's arm too. So
You say currently, what was the problem?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Gallager was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed.
Were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that?
Appreciate it, Vince.
That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Good.
And he's a member of your department as well.
He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
And what, if anything, was in?
I assume that 15 minutes is to account for the shift change because, you know, what one of the law enforcement tropes is, you know, let's say shift changes at 8 o'clock. That means the patrol officers at 7:30 head back to the police station, and then the new patrollers aren't out on patrol until 8:30. So there's that hour window for criminals, and I believe there, you know, that's generally no longer the case, maybe in, you know, underfunded jurisdictions, but, you know, start at 7:45 instead of 8, give them time to get on, you know, overlap shifts a little bit.
Indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him, and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you,
I told him I would respond.
where were you initially responding?
I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave.
And subsequently, did you learn
The importance of clear communication, especially from dispatch.
a different location in response to that location?
I did.
What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
And that was from the
34.
dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That was the officer Kelly Dever, is that correct?
34 Fairview Road, the conspiracy.
That's correct.
Now, did you go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to?
I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
And you say winter gear, as far as responding to the scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles
That sounds like winter gear to me, Vince. Coffee and a pastry.
pulling away, but parked by this where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Sergeant Good, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lang.
And as far as by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Good.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to?
Detective Sergeant Lang joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lang, what did you do with that?
Once they took updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. So
She's definitely one, I think, that wants to be in control, June. And of course, you know, when it comes to testifying, she has the right to remain silent, but her attorneys can tell her it would be a very bad idea for you to testify. They're going to crucify you on cross-examination, but it's her choice and her choice alone. So lawyers unfortunately, sometimes can't physically gag their clients. There are some that it would be nice, but you can't.
Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And Kova, that's why I need to get off my ass and do it. But I'm going to create competing Fifth Amendment products that, you know, are better than Delete Law's 5A card or trifold. And it's just going to say, shut the fuck up. Because, you know, that's my legal advice when it comes to the Fifth Amendment. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to anyone but me.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lang, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident.
Static, thank you very much. I definitely appreciate all super chats, big or small, but I especially... so for those of you who don't know, when I live streamed the Darrell Brooks trial, I didn't expect anyone to be there day one. I expected at least the first day or two to just be shouting into the ether. And I got started and I was still setting things up, and Static popped into the chat. Hello. And so that really helped. So just once again, Static, I always appreciate you.
They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Good directed you to where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that there was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processing, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lang had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lang had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That's correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And with any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
And maybe it turned
So,
pretty well.
once again, he probably was dead when they found him. But as we discussed last week, you're not legally dead. You're not medically dead until you have been declared dead. That's at the hospital by doctors. And as we discussed last week, you're not dead until you're warm and dead, because if you're cold, you know, you can die of hypothermia, but it also, you know, it refrigerates you. So it increases the window, the time frame for getting your heart started again without, you know, you being brain dead, basically. So even though he probably was dead, he was not declared dead. Therefore, CPAC, unattended death, there's no death yet. So officially, it's not within their remit to respond because one of the conditions precedent for them to respond is death. So until he's been declared dead, they don't have jurisdiction. They don't, it's not within their remit, within their job description, within their powers to respond. Until then, it's, the local police or, the local detective. It's not the state, or I think he said district attorney, Norfolk County District Attorney, special investigator is what CPAC is attached to. So until then, it's Canton Police or Stades or whoever. So, and Brandon, good to see you.
Understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from the state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion.
And once again, I mentioned last week, someone left me a comment about how, they can't believe the police used a leaf blower, that for snow, that's the most ridiculous thing. And the fact that I don't find it ridiculous means that I'm basically a partisan hack that, has already decided Karen Reed is guilty. They don't believe that I'm actually trying to be neutral here. But I mentioned I looked it up. For up to about 6 inches of snow, depending on the type of snow, the wet, slushy snow, the Cascade concrete, probably not going to work. But up to about 6 inches of snow, a leaf blower can clear it. And, the thing about a leaf blower is, he mentioned, he thought it would be a good way, reading directly, it would be a good idea to direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion at that time. The thing about a leaf blower is, it's about the angle of attack. You go with the leaf blower at a relatively horizontal angle, so horizontal, parallel to the snow, or even aimed slightly up, you can probably clear, a little bit at a time. It's like archaeologists or paleontologists, for the exposing the scene, you use a shovel, you use a backhoe, you use large equipment. Once you get to the scene, you're using a paintbrush. So they're not using snow shovels. They're not using a snow blower. They're using a leaf blower. That's the equivalent of using a paintbrush to clear the snow. It makes sense to me. Assuming they did it right. Like I said, I'm not assuming they're competent, but assuming they did it right, assuming they went at the right angle. Well, not a right angle, but parallel. Assuming they did that, it makes perfect sense to me. But I'm not a crime scene investigator. I don't clear crime scenes. I don't search for evidence on crime scenes. So
At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snow blower. But what I told him in the meantime,
wait, a snow blower. Be exact. It's a leaf blower, not a snow blower. You're using it to blow snow, but it's a leaf blower.
photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. I told Sergeant Lang the most important thing he could do at this time would.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
That would be hearsay once again. I told him that's, out of court statement used for the truth of the matter asserted. Don't know what he told him. So it might not actually be used for the truth of the matter asserted, but still, it's a valid objection.
Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, you mentioned that there was some crime scene tape that was set up around, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Good and my Detective Sergeant Lang put out the crime scene tape.
Do you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I can just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to use this particular scene?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. I had never processed a scene in the snow. I had seen a leaf blower used in the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible.
So he didn't invent it. He hadn't done it before, but he had seen that it was done before, and it's controllable. It's controllable. That's the important part. It's controllable. You're not digging through multiple layers at a time. You're removing one layer at a time. That's exactly what I thought. It makes sense.
The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Good back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was, I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
And that's why I in describing the curb, basically 6-inch Cape Cod berm, that's why it's different than what we have in Utah. We have a couple different styles, but I've never seen that one, as I said. And no sidewalk, but once again, we've seen the photos of the scene. You can't see where the road ends and the sidewalk begins, or the grass begins. There is no sidewalk, so.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Direct your attention. Direct your attention to what's currently marked as exhibits 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23.
Only a couple exhibits for you to take a peek at.
Please review those. Look up.
Okay.
Only a couple for him to look at. Of course, they're all photos, not written reports. So
Your Honor, may we approach this? briefly?
Sure.
oh. That's cruel and unusual punishment there. Amber turd selfies. Why would anyone do that? It's of course it could be worse. It could be Karen Reed selfies. So wonder if she'll get agitated by any witnesses today.
Mr. Lally, hold on for a second.
No, I'll see counsel again at sidebar on this issue.
Seriously? Seriously? Are they just trying to get their 10,000 steps in today? Oh. I mean, obviously, if the defense needs to bring something up, if they need a sidebar, they need a sidebar, but be efficient about it. If you're at a sidebar, get it done.
I thought the witnesses were doing.
Yes.
Gotta take the binder back.
Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So. Mr. Lally, can you simply hand her a note telling her what numbers?
Yes, Your Honor, just writing the numbers.
Thank you very much.
That's what numbers of exhibits. Wonder if they're still having problems with labeling.
So I would ask that the next 13 exhibits be marked. The next 13 photographs in the book be marked as the next 13 exhibits.
Okay.
So presumably these might have already been shown to witnesses, but they're being entered as exhibits now because presumably they're photographs that he took. So even if they were used as demonstratives, basically, with prior witnesses identifying things on the scene, to get them in as exhibits, you need the author, the creator of the image. And that this officer has testified he took photographs, so presumably these are his photographs.
Thank you.
And it's the court reporter's job to keep the record, basically. So that's why she's the one marking them. And oh yeah, you've got to get those baptismal. It shows the conspiracy. This police lieutenant was at her baptism. That means they colluded. They colluded. So yeah, I did not. Well, I might have seen. I might have seen that June. I don't remember. I've seen multiple. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I don't know if I have seen it, but I might have. Those are exhibit labels that the reporter is working on. Those yellow stickers. That she's attaching to each of those photos so that that's the official exhibit, the official record. Should have been pre-marked, but they've had issues, so it's possible he didn't know what to mark them as.
It's 21 to 32.
Thank you. All right, you can publish them, Mr. Lally?
May I return them to the witness as well?
Yes.
Madam Court, what can I see?
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first of those photographs up on the screen. If you're going to mark that. And I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that within the.
Sure.
I'm
believe
not
that's
either.
exhibit 30.
Vince.
If you could just describe to the jury what if anything we're looking at in this exhibit.
So that is in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly.
And June, it's, you know, if she said anything incriminating, that's admissible. And assuming it's on video, you know, well, I mean, I'm not just assuming it's on video because you saw it. But it's admissible. So, yeah.
Or the direction towards Chapman Street, and it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any points, if asked, this is a rated.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please.
The photo labels, that gives us a preview.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one. 22. That would be 22, yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph, or is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the scene and roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gill in the next photograph. Maybe you could pretend when you
Is that the Lexus? Did they drive it back to the scene?
okay, just indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Thank you. Next photograph, Ms. Gill.
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing. The entirety of the house from a, I guess it would be a westerly view, and the three cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
With a wider angle.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Blood in the snow.
I believe that's Exhibit 31. And it's a close-up of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood. And there was an object in the center as well,
Okay.
which we didn't know what it was at that time.
And so it makes sense. Use the snow blower to expose, or the leaf blower, there I go saying it, to expose that object without digging and potentially dislodging other objects. Assuming the leaf blower doesn't dislodge them as you're blowing. But yeah, to me, that I just assumed from the photograph that this darker spot was heavier blood flow, because the thing about blood is you put enough of it, it can look black. So
Subsequent, did you learn what that object was?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was a broken clear cocktail glass.
hmm.
And the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
Broken clear cocktail glass. That's did he or someone leave the bar with it, the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And so I know one of the free Karen Reed conspiracies is, you know, the taillight wasn't broken there. They put the broken taillight on him after the fact, and you know, that's all part of the frame up. But if he were beaten in the basement, you know, let's go with their story for a minute. If John O'Keefe were beaten in the basement of the Albert house, beaten to death, and the dog bit him and yada yada, you know, is it just a coincidence that they dump him on top of a broken cocktail glass? Did they dump a cocktail glass under him? Because presumably, if they dragged him out of the basement and dumped him on the front lawn, presumably he wouldn't have still had the cocktail glass in his hand. So either it's a mighty big coincidence that they just, you know, that they beat him to death and then dumped him on top of the cocktail glass, that, or he was backed into and the injuries were all caused at the same place the cocktail glass was broken. To me, that makes more sense. But once again, I don't know that it was his cocktail glass yet. I'm just assuming things that are not yet in evidence, but to me, this isn't a good fact for Karen Reed, at least not at the moment, not without some explanation.
That's Exhibit 23.
And so Mirsinski on Twitch asks, how big a deal is it to me that Reed had no emotion when the 911 tape was playing? I haven't seen that, so I don't think they've played the 911 tape at all in trial. And so as I've said, I'm trying to base everything on the evidence that comes out in court. So I don't think I've seen that. But I don't put too much stock into body language because it's a pseudoscience. And people respond to stress in different ways. People respond to grief in different ways. And when was the 911 tape played? By then she might have been numb. So I don't know that I put much weight on that. But then, we've seen her sit in court absolutely stone-faced, except with like on Friday, I can't remember if it was firefighter McLaughlin or the one after, she was getting pretty agitated. And to me, that's, like I said, I don't put much into body language, but a shift in behavior can. And okay, they may have played it today. I have not seen it today. I got started at noon Mountain Time, so 2:00 Boston time. So we are several hours behind, but going at 1 1/4 speed. So I'm not a morning person, especially 2 hours ahead of me morning person. So we don't go in real time on this trial. Works better for me. But so yeah, I'll give you my reaction basically when we get to it then. So
And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, etc.
that's true. You tell them don't be disingenuous, but try to remain calm, cool, collected. You don't want to telegraph your feelings in court because jurors watch,
etc. But you can still see pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
As far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprints that you observed, what footprints did you, what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, where those footprints located?
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe,
so notably footprints between the street and Johnny, not between the house and Johnny. Of course, once again, if he's been laying out there for 5 hours, let's say they dragged him out of the house at 2 a.m, an inch an hour, footprints might be covered up. They might not be obvious. Of course, to me, if there's 6 inches of snow and the footprints of 4 inches of snow, you're going to have divots. So it tells me he probably wasn't dragged out of the house after the snow started. But once again, the wind is blowing, so it could fill in divots too.
O'Keefe was found in the house or the residence at 34 Fairview. What, if any, footprints did you observe in that area?
I didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
That is Exhibit 24. And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. So it's found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And probably pretty self-evident, but it depicts the wind blowing in that direction based on what?
The flag flying.
And hey, the flag, that's good evidence. That's good evidence. It shows, hey, the wind is blowing hard enough that the flag is waving. It's not limp. It's moving.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview.
So that's shoveled, not leaf blown. And it's the road, not where Johnny was.
And this is the long look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is, I believe this is Exhibit 26.
So, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Another close-up.
This is Exhibit 27, and it's some what we believe was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
And like I said, to me, the sort of misting looks red or pink, whereas the coagulated heavy flow looks black, because blood can look black.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's Exhibit 32.
That looks gray or blue, whatever that part is.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm.
So the street.
And it's just a smaller picture, close-up of that berm. It's Exhibit 25.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
So, Paul, that's a complete tangent. Funny enough, I was talking about almost that exact same thing with my sister last night and blew her mind. We weren't talking Istanbul. We were talking where they went on vacation recently. I'm not going to say where that was because I still need to do an official reveal of the gift they brought me back. But not only is Istanbul further north than Salt Lake, so Salt Lake, Chicago, and New York City are all in a virtual straight line. They're all roughly 40 degrees north latitude, which Chicago and New York just seem like they'd be so much farther north than Salt Lake, but they're not. And then Salt Lake is also the same as I was going to say. We're actually, Rome is north. It's closer to Naples, and Barcelona is also about 40 degrees north latitude. So, and then in my mind, San Francisco is on that straight line too, but it's considerably south. So it's, yeah.
And what I believe is the last photograph.
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's Exhibit 21.
So, Vince, when I went to Italy, it's, as you know, I'm in Salt Lake. I come from a Mormon family. So my grandmother's cousin and her husband, so officially her husband, was the mission president for the Rome mission. And as mission president, they were able to have visitors and stuff. Normal 19-year-old missionaries can't. They can't even call home. But so we went and visited them. They're roughly my parents' age. So my grandma's cousin, but much younger. They're my parents' age. So we went to visit them when I was 19 and stayed in the mission home with them. It's a great big mansion built like a fortress. It was built by Mussolini as a gift for his niece. So we went there and we went to Florence for a couple days and, all over. They had to go visit their missionaries in Pescara on the Adriatic coast. So we made a day trip of it, went to the beach. But we asked about going to Naples and they said, don't go to Naples. It's dirty and crime ridden and just don't go. And I think they had a bad opinion of Naples because shortly before we got there, here in Utah, there's, a Mormon church building every half mile or so in the city. Well, in Italy, the, Catholic version of Salt Lake City, basically so they didn't. They had, maybe one or two in Rome and they weren't the big fancy buildings. They'd be like in office buildings or whatever and rented. Well, they got notified by their landlord for the church property in Rome or in Naples, sorry, that they were being evicted. And they said, and so my cousin said, you can't evict us. We have a lease. We have a right to this building. We are paid up. You can't evict us. And the landlord said, no, you don't understand. The building has been sold to the mafia and they are evicting you. You have no choice. And so I think because of that, they had kind of a low opinion of Naples. So, yeah. And that's it, June. My understanding is, that there are other admissions, not to firefighters, at least that she did it, not necessarily about intent, but that she struck him. And her changing story, just like the defense is trying to nail, the firefighters. Oh, your story has changed. The prosecution will absolutely nail her changing story. So.
May I approach on this?
Yes, Tori.
Now, as far as the cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what if any sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guard cameras.
And what if anything have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from that?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser, Officer Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that portion of that be placed at the jury at this time.
Okay,
So already in. We've seen Officer Seraph testify.
Fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the. Kind of Gallager, you recognize what's up on the screen as well? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what if anything did you observe occurring within that cruiser camera?
I believe it's at approximately 57:17. You'll see Sergeant Good begin to mark out the scene with a yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Good stretching out the crime scene tape.
And if you could, sir, as the video is planned, using the data pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that.
Yes.
It's going to be good.
See yellow tape it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mullaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Good.
My apologies, Mr. I'm going to be good to play again.
That's Detective Sergeant Lank in a lighter coat. Sergeant Good and Lank, they walk off camera.
And that's what I've been saying, June. If I'm not expecting to see someone laying on the ground, I'm probably not going to see them, especially because driving in a storm, I'm focused on what's in front of me. So if I'm not looking for something, there's a good chance I'm not going to see it. And those leaving the house, they go out and turn left out the front door, assuming they leave out the front door, because we've seen there's that door off to the side, but that might be for a mother-in-law apartment. I don't know what they'd call that in your country. In England, that would be an annex. But they go out the door and turn left because that's what the walkway takes you, is to the driveway. So you go out and you're not even facing to the right where you'd have to be looking to see John O'Keefe, but you go out into the snow and within a matter of feet, you're turning left, you're turning away. So it's not a conspiracy that those leaving the house at, say, 1 in the morning, 1:30, whenever they leave, it's not in evidence yet. None of the party guests have testified, but when they leave, they're facing that direction for maybe a second in the snow, in a blizzard. So yeah, it makes sense they don't see it. It makes sense to me the plow driver wouldn't see it, even if he's going to testify he was being very attentive and presumably he has a much higher viewpoint. But if he's looking to the right at the time, he's not going to see him to the left. And then, there is that. You mind your own business. Of course, this is the suburb, not Chicago, so it's not downtown Boston.
You'll see Sergeant Good come into the picture right here, stretching out the crime scene tape. You can see it flapping in the wind there. You can see it raised way up because of the wind. This is the crime scene tape here.
Very difficult to see, but I can see a
And I'm not
faint
sure what they affixed
line.
it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not. But you can see the crime scene tape going across the scene that way.
Gentlemen, if you could pause it right there for a moment. So Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video, what, if anything else, did you get from the station to attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
I apologize. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up.
And that's it. It makes sense. You'd, in decent conditions, you'd set up a tent. Number one, it blocks off the scene so that, prying eyes aren't looking, because, you want privacy. As First Amendment auditors frequently tell us, if you need privacy, you need to create it. But then you create privacy and it's prior restraint, apparently. But keep the elements off the scene. Keep things from blowing away. But in a blizzard, the tent will blow away. It'll be more trouble than it's worth.
Because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up always?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video to about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark. Yeah, you get it right from there. Lieutenant, what, if anything, are we looking at in this portion?
If you look closely, it's the crime scene tape that's flowing around.
They need new wipers on that cruiser.
Right now, you can't see it.
It's not even pretending to move that snow.
Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on. I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can stop and take it down. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaf law, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Good take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before, in case there were any questions on how it was deployed. I had Sergeant Good take a short video.
And there's sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
May I approach?
Yes.
And June, that's, to me, it could be evidence that she knew where to look. The others didn't, but it could be she was more observant. She just happened to be the one that looked. So I don't, the thing is, to me, I don't know that her finding him at 6 a.m. necessarily goes to intent at all, at least not to me. To the prosecutors may have something up their sleeves, but to me, it goes to culpability, as far as it's evidence she hit him, evidence she knew, as opposed to evidence of intent. But that's me. So, yeah, we'll see.
So showing you there, so you recognize that?
I don't recognize it. I haven't seen this before.
May we approach?
So, if he hasn't seen it before, he probably can't testify to it because he's got to testify from his knowledge. And I don't know what it is that he hasn't seen before, so. This close up every sidebar that I'm actually surprised that the defense hasn't objected to this. I mean, Gwyneth Paltrow's attorneys would be going crazy right now. Same with Brian Koberger's. It's of course, when I went to the Paltrow trial, I sat directly behind her on the back row, so I wasn't in most of the shots because due to the court order that they couldn't zoom in on her, focus on her, they only picked me up in the wide shots of the entire courtroom. So Law and Crime is doing this as a favor to Aiden so that he can add it to his wank bank. Good to know.
Okay. Thank you.
My biggest apologies, Your Honor. May we approach this briefly?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stay.
Oh. I swear, I'm not complaining that they're approaching it, you know. It makes sense. It just makes everything longer. And generally, lots of this would be done from counsel table, but, you know, my understanding is there was a pretrial ruling that basically there would be no discussion in front of the jury. That's why everything is a bench conference, because you know, I believe, you know, you can object, grounds for objection, you've got to approach. And, you know, we've mentioned Darrell Brooks earlier today. Apparently he pled no contest today, or maybe yesterday, in the witness intimidation case out of Milwaukee, I believe. So it's, you know, what are they going to do? Tack it on to the end of his 6 life sentences plus 700 years. But apparently he pled no contest. So Erica Patterson now has justice in that.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 30. The last exhibit is this. If I can publish that exhibit.
Yes.
Yeah, I've not been covering that because that's too much.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there.
All right,
Okay,
so
do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower.
the leaf blower, and it's on video, and it's actually not the dash camera. I don't think it's body camera either. I'm guessing it's a fellow officer, a detective, holding a camera. And so we get to see actually whether or not using the leaf blower is ridiculous. So all the speculation, all the, this is ridiculous, I can't believe they'd use a leaf blower, that's the, most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. We get to see in action whether it's ridiculous or not. It might be the greatest idea ever. And June, despite the, understandable frustrations, I would like to go to Naples. And especially the areas around Naples. I'd love to go Amalfi Coast, Pompeii, Herculaneum, all of those. We didn't go to Pompeii because our cousin said, "Oh, let's go to Ostia Antica. It's closer and better." So that one was silted over by the change in the river. Pompeii may have great penis art. Ostia Antica had a tiled swastika from 2,000 years ago. So I've got a picture of that somewhere, like actual picture, taken on film.
And at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned.
Yeah, for those of you who are just listening, static, if you have this in your pocket right now, it's removing the snow very slowly. It's not an uncontrolled, direct down to the grass. This actually looks very reasonable. It looks very useful. So, yeah.
And with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand now.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as?
I think so. I think the glass incriminates her because, like I said, to me, it's a mighty big coincidence if they beat him to death in the basement, drag him out through the snow, and dump him. It's a pretty big coincidence that they dump him on top of his glass. Whereas if he has the glass in his hand when he's struck by the car, he's going to fall on it. Chances are you beat him to death in the basement, he doesn't have the glass in his hand as you drag him out. So it just, to me, it's incriminating. unless there's a different explanation.
Throughout this process of trying to locate evidence.
Were we concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time?
And so what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And then collect the bloody snow as evidence.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could, good one. And the next video, man.
That's just going little by little. Truth be told, it's actually more controlled than I even thought it would be. Like this is great.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please.
This is just a great crime scene tool. It's possible, Vince, and as Frank Zappa warned us, watch out where the Huskies go. Don't you eat that yellow snow.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could play that last video, please. And Mr. Officer, you can put the light. Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We get almost to the ground, bare ground.
As far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what, if anything else, did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were there?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
And that includes the residents that you were in front of, as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Conspiracy. They all knew what was going on, so they didn't have to come outside at 7 in the morning on a Saturday during a blizzard.
Now, at some point, about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
And how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lang transported them back to Camp Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Camp Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them?
Chief Berkowitz.
So you need chain of evidence. You've got to account for every move of the evidence.
Was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lang placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lang placing them in evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station, you have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
Well, that conspiracy, Chief Berkowitz, son of Sam. The police are in on it. The dog told him to do it.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residence?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
Okay, so my presumption into the side door, into the kitchen. And to me, like I said, if I am friends with people, there's a good chance the kitchen door is the one I'm in and out of. So that side door, that side kitchen door, is much closer to the driveway, further away from where they found Johnny O'Keefe. So it makes it even less likely for people leaving the party to see him. And, you know, this house I'm in, there's a front door. We never use that. We never use that. Other than, you know, going out to the front porch. But there's the side door into the kitchen. That's what we use. That's what friends use. That's what family use. That's what everyone who knows us uses. And then there's the back basement door, which frankly, that's just us that uses it because it's convenient, but guests wouldn't. Although, you know, occasionally if I have a visitor late at night, I'll tell them, come to the basement door so you don't wake people up. But to me, you know, the kitchen door makes sense. Then they go in. And the problem is, to me, the prosecutor is laying out his evidence, and I'm not persuaded by anything yet, but I don't think we've reached any of the persuasive evidence yet. We're setting the scene, we're introducing the evidence. I think the persuasive witnesses basically are going to be the Alberts, the McCabe's, the party guests who witnessed the interactions between Karen and Johnny that night. I think the automotive detective is going to be hugely important because I think there are going to be major issues with the Lexus that impact guilt or innocence and intent. So it's at this point, I think they're still on the foundation. They're you know that they're spreading butter on the bread. They haven't added the salami yet. You know they're just getting started. So at this point, I don't think he's trying to persuade, but I also question, is that the best tactic? Because sometimes it makes sense to go chronologically, but sometimes it makes sense to bring the big guns immediately because that draws the jury in. But then, of course, you know, he may need certain bits of evidence admitted as foundation before it makes sense to have any of them testify. And so having the law enforcement, having the paramedics testify might be that foundation he needs to have certain questions allowed when he questions the Alberts and McCabe's and everything. And so, yeah. But I realize it's not for everyone. He may have lost the jury already. It's possible.
And did you know any of the people that were in the case?
I did.
Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lank arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came?
Okay, so Brian Albert is a Boston police officer. These are Canton police officers. So he knows them professionally, but they're not in the same department. So, you know, is there a conflict? Not really, no. It's best to get the stadies in. But especially, you know, in the immediate response, having the local police responding to the scene at the home of a police officer from a different jurisdiction for the death of a police officer from a different jurisdiction. Albert and O'Keefe, both Boston police officers.
You know, so about the kitchen area.
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He is an ETF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD.
An ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms federal agent, for those of you who are not American.
And I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury, so what?
Sure, it's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays.
For those of you who watch Code Blue Cam, you'll be intimately familiar with the Sally Port at the La Crosse, Wisconsin Police Department. Basically, big garage. It's where you pull in and remove the arrestee from the car. And yeah,
The Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Port video from that particular day of February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
so is this just going to be video of the transfer of evidence in the Sally Port?
You recognize what's depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes,
And what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
You know, call me proceed to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, at this time, seek to publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That was me psyching myself up to do this one, Vince.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
It's quite a video file, 12 hours. Must be a huge flash drive.
You number 2-1 bottom. Oh, yeah.
There are sections reserved for the victim's family, the press, the defendant's family. I think there's basically no general admission because it's a small courtroom.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just fast forward that to approximately 9:11 a.m. If you could just pause 1 second.
Why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
Makes sense. They're having technology issues. Why not give the jury a break? But we have the power of fast forward. So let's skip the break. And we'll go to right there.
Court is in session, please be seated.
All right, are we all set with the screen? Okay.
And again, okay, maybe better with the lights on. Mr. Officer, maybe a little bit. If we could please put the light back on. Lieutenant Gallager, again, from this video from approximately 9:11 in the morning, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
If you could just, using that laser pointer, direct your attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this particular part of this video.
This is our Sally Port. You would come in Sally Port 4, exit Sally Port 3, like I said earlier. This is the vehicle they were executing a search warrant on, and this is the
Okay, so it's video of the Lexus in the Sally Port. So that's interesting. So I don't actually know. I don't know, Kevin. Never actually done a parking ticket case.
crime scene tape.
And as far as personnel from the state police that were present there, who, if anyone, was present there that you knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So a couple of people from the lab, one taking photos, one criminalist, is that correct?
Correct.
As well as Trooper Proctor?
That's correct.
Did you know Trooper Proctor?
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was a...
But it being Trooper Proctor, that's the conspiracy.
To the DA's office, but I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, with reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around the vehicle? Did you observe around the vehicle?
This crime scene tape, as you can see, the yellow tape right there.
So just to be clear.
Unintentionally, I found it might be the override for the auto braking feature that stops you from backing into people, but that's speculation.
The sort of, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, the I think they call it the CARS team. It's the
And if that is what it is, if she had to manually override in order to back into anything, including backing into Johnny O'Keefe's car in the driveway, that would provide motive for second-degree murder as opposed to manslaughter. Because if she had to affirmatively override in order to back into him, that would show intent. So, yeah. But it also makes sense to me, Grey Duck. It's like, if you, depending on how sensitive it is, if you're backing up to hitch up a trailer, generally there's going to be someone really close to the trailer hitch guiding you in. So it might be overly sensitive backing it to hitch a trailer. And so that might be what's contemplated for the override. Or, if you have a really tight garage space that you back into, you might need the override so that you can get, a millimeter from the back wall of the garage. So it makes sense having an override. And my understanding, to override it for a trip, it has that 5 levels down in the touchscreen, but to override it momentarily was easier, and potentially there's video of her doing it backing into Johnny's car. So we'll see. So
What I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 p.m. That's fine.
and none of that is in evidence yet, so we can't consider it yet. So we have nothing that goes to intent yet.
Right there. If you could do this one. Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the garage at that time?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor. I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here.
This is
I don't know what
correct.
their title is.
Now, at some points during the execution of this search warrant,
And-
what, if any, issues
Absolutely, Anne, and good to see you. Howdy to you too. It's I don't know what the system would be called on Lexus, but the Lexus Toyota equivalent of OnStar, there's, I don't know how sensitive it is to, let's say, brake impact, brake speed, the suddenness of a stop, whether it registers impacts. I don't know. Is there, with the backup camera, is there some sort of storage of that temporarily? I don't know, but they're, modern cars, especially modern luxury cars, there can be a lot of data downloaded, and this is all speculation though at the moment, so we'll see. And no idea, Vince. My understanding is her brother works for a Lexus dealer, and that's why Turtle Boy's driving a Lexus, but that's not in evidence. So
to become aware of with regard to the criminals?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the taillight, passenger side taillight, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And we saw in the jury view on Friday that they had fully removed the taillight housing.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit, who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And he
And so,
should
if
be an
anything, you do,
important
with reference to
witness.
Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car.
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, not already there,
It's by Karen Reed. So it's a, well, I won't say big boy Lexus, but yeah.
up to 9:51 a.m. you could just pause it for one moment, please? So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over toward that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
Valerie, good to see you. So this is irrelevant, but the car next to it, this looks like it's a 40, 50-year-old police cruiser. It looks like it's a classic here in the Sallyport. Can't tell what
This
it
is
is.
Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily. He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits and he's going to come back with some tools. There he comes. Places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, pause and ask a question.
Narrative.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything,
Once again, that was narrative and no question pending. What's his name, Lolly, needed to ask a question for the officer to testify. So, and I agree, Grey Duck, it's not the best video, but it is what it is. No, Valerie, it is not John O'Keefe's car because he drove his weekend cruiser was a 71 Ford LTD convertible. This is most definitely a hardtop police cruiser. It's got the single twirling police light on it. So it's definitely a police car. It looks to me mid 60s to early 70s. I'm not great with American sedans. So
you observe Officer Wanless do with reference to that rear passenger side cellar?
He re-enters the Sallyport and with some tools and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the taillight.
How many you could
very well could be an old school Crown Victoria. I couldn't tell you the year though. It's not the Crown Victoria of my day. Yeah. Classic cars, beautiful. I'm more of a classic sports car, muscle car second, but sports cars mostly.
Lieutenant, with respect to the items that you and the other officers recovered from 34th Fairview on the 29th, the criminalist that was depicted in that video, is that who you gave those items to?
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you?
That would be my guess, Grey Duck, that it's a parade car and it's kept in the Sallyport because that's the garage that's available, and it being a classic, it will rust in minutes if it's left out in the weather.
Mr. O'Keefe has been found, correct?
That is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, and sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstruction from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to crash reconstructionists around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser.
You said that during the Darrell Brooks trial, Static. So I remember you saying that. the dream car is a 62 Ferrari 250 GTO. That's been the dream car since long before I knew the prices of them. I knew they'd be expensive. I didn't know they'd be the most expensive.
In my cruiser.
And later on that day, February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with you?
That Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
I just saw there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionists to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Now,
And that's going to be the battle of the experts. It's for the jury to decide which medical examiner is more believable. And so Anne, my old neighbor, I think it was a 1600 Datsun that he had, but my dad had a 280Z, a 1975, and oh, that was fun to drive. My cousin owns it now, and I still threaten I'm going to steal it from him. And that cousin is the only family member that knows this channel name. So if you're listening, I don't have a key to your Datsun.
turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them to be doing?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that? Or do you want me to strike I believe they were trying to?
That'd be okay.
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
Now, with reference, if I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if anything, did he indicate?
He believed.
Sustain, I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
And this, he's not testifying from personal knowledge. It's Officer Link drove by. He observed this. So he's not testifying from his personal knowledge. It's hearsay. He doesn't know this. Get Officer Link to testify about what he observed driving by, why he drove by. It's not for the lieutenant to testify about. Get the actual witness. Ask them.
And so just to be clear, Lieutenant, you did not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Here we go.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about
Terrible.
your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, yeah, until about a month ago, trial prep. I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lowry.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully?
correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene,
No, sir.
which would include the bloodstains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Never interviewed you about where that evidence?
Presumably, he prepared his reports. So, unless Trooper Proctor had follow-up questions, to me, it's, it's not conspiracy. It's, go off the reports, go off of the evidence collected. So, but obviously, you're going to do some trial prep.
And ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Butnik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Funny enough, Anne, my dad unintentionally became the owner of a 65 Mustang. It was a 6-cylinder automatic, so, less desirable, but still first year. So I drove that for a couple months in high school while it was for sale. But my mom said, you can only have one of the sports cars. And so he sold the Mustang, kept the Datsun, because frankly, the Datsun was the much better choice.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes.
When did you write that report?
Possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
A year later, you wrote your report? Now, of course, it's metadata of the photos, so his memory doesn't necessarily need to be fresh for that, but I'd maybe want that a little earlier.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No.
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
No, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report?
That's part of why I do it too.
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene.
That's correct.
Especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on-
Hang on. You what date was the drone considered? Didn't you object to mention of the drone? Didn't you object to the mention of the drone? That's ooh.
February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, sure. Yes,
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
that's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes.
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Oh, that was shots fired. Shots fired. Wow. If Mr. Lally told me, I'd believe him. Oh.
For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Surely.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of the drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware of what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes.
I mean, you've been trained on how to do that.
Yes.
But you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was. Yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess.
Yes.
Right? But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated.
But you're not going to do cross coordinates if you're in a rescue operation. You're not going to tell the paramedics, hold on, let us take some measurements first. The first priority is getting him out of the snow, out of the weather, into the ambulance where they can perform life-saving measures. You find him without a head, yeah, you can leave the body there all day to take measurements. But if there's even the slightest chance of saving him, you get him the hell out of there. You don't care about the measurements. It's a rescue operation first and foremost.
Where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Seraph, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time.
That is correct.
Which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor someone by the name of Tom Keller, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Lieutenant?
It's his direct supervisor.
I'm sorry, Deputy Chief Keller.
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal.
It's chain of command. Chain of command. You don't skip a step. You respond to your superior.
Chain of command.
Correct.
That you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some sort of way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experience is here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
Small town, suburb. They're not necessarily going to have all the resources that Boston has, that, the state has. So, I've never processed a scene in the snow because normally we have the state come in, the state crime lab, the state crime scene investigators, or the county or whatever.
So say the state police are setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Correct.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
I'm sure I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang,
But is there any evidence that they were involved in drugs, though, June? Or is that just defense baseless allegations? So, I certainly wouldn't want the police crawling around inside my house. But if that were the case, I'm not going to dump him on my front lawn either. I'm, here in Utah, I'm putting him in the mountains or putting him in a abandoned mine shaft. The Susan Powell case, she still hasn't been found, and it's assumed she's in a mine somewhere down near Eureka or somewhere. If I want to get him away from my house, that's what I do. In Canton, I don't know. It looks like there's rail tracks behind the house. Put him back there, let him get run over by a train and say, oh, he must have wandered back there drunkenly. And so if I'm trying to create space, I create a whole lot more space than just my front lawn. So
told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lank had an ongoing and long-time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all, Sergeant Lank. No issue at all.
Not in your mind.
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, Sergeant Lank had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Paul, I'm guessing the insinuation from the defense isn't that it's a drug-fueled rave, but that, it's the Departed. It's, Boston police officers on the take trafficking drugs. But, the Departed is a movie. I mean, it's based on a true story, but there is, and historically has been massive corruption in the Boston Police Department, but without solid evidence that they're involved in drugs, that's just a conspiracy. Well, conspiracy theory, I should say. And I can't speak for police. I will say, not from me, but lawyer parties, prosecutors there don't care if everyone else is smoking weed. It happens. It was funny. After a year or two after law school, we were having a Halloween party at one of my classmates' house, and some high school students were having a party down the street, and one of the high school kids tried to join our party, and my friend, who was, he's a school janitor, so he was like the only person there that was not a lawyer, or we actually did have a police officer there, but he was from Orange County visiting our friend. But my friend stopped the high school kid from entering because he was at the front gate smoking, and he's like, "Yeah, we're all lawyers here. There's a dozen prosecutors. You don't want to come in here underage." and so my friend, who actually does work for the Attorney General's office, just lost his shit laughing, because the one person who couldn't say that is the one that said it, and it was funny. And conspiracy theories can create doubt, but if they're too fantastic,
Thank you, Honor Mayor.
too unbelievable, so lacking in evidence, they're just going to make me disbelieve you.
Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
But June, I don't know Detective Proctor. We haven't heard from him. But Albert, he's got a 28-year-old daughter, so I think that would qualify him as firmly within middle age. And I get it. You are playing devil's advocate. It's, perfectly welcome. But I would absolutely put him as middle age. But
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back. I'm bouncing around a little bit. I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes,
There was snow falling,
yes,
it was icy cold out.
yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned the tent.
Yes,
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
that was all done.
As a matter of fact,
They used crime scene tape, but the conditions made that difficult.
the first responders had, the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No.
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
That's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's?
Sounds like a hopping party there, Paul. My kind of party, you could say.
Body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned the tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this was about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report
Yes.
about your interview?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
With that, and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it, read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent.
Okay, I didn't have.
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully,
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
And that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see, I didn't read any other part of the document.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You indicated, still staying on at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house,
From the
correct?
scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct,
and putting up crime scene tape.
correct.
All right, and if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow is actively falling at the time, correct?
And June, there absolutely are dirty cops. We just don't have evidence that we're dealing with dirty cops, at least not yet. They might present evidence. I don't know. We just don't have it in evidence yet. So, but there definitely are dirty cops. Absolutely. And dirty cops need to be fired and possibly jailed.
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color,
Correct.
and you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That's correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time. And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence.
And no, June is perfectly welcome here. I appreciate her input. Like I said, as long as there are no personal attacks, spam, isms, everyone's welcome. We don't know. As of now, she's presumed innocent until proven guilty. So everyone is welcome.
Containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. That's correct.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you from Kenton PD? From 34 Fairview to Kenton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, is that right, to drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Kenton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass?
So basically, extraordinary conditions sometimes require extraordinary tools. Most crime scenes, you're not going to have a leaf blower until you need one. Most crime scenes, you're not collecting multiple globs of bloody snow. Normally, you're taking swabs of blood. Here, you're taking scoops of bloody snow, and that doesn't work with a swab. That, depending how evidence bags are sealed, it's not working with an evidence bag. So until you get evidence Tupperware, sometimes the red Solo cup is the temporary vessel that you need.
Glass containers?
No.
So Kenton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Kenton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop it out, and then sealed
That's correct.
and forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
Did you go to Kenton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope, we took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Camp Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
No.
So if somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups?
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag.
If somebody sneezed over them, that's presumably not Johnny O'Keefe sneezing over them, so that wouldn't introduce his blood. If somebody sneezed over them, presumably that would introduce their biological material that might have shown up in lab tests. So if there is no other biological material, which, once again, what if someone sneezed on the crime scene? It's cold. The blood is in the snow on the ground for an hour before they collect it. So there's plenty of time to contaminate the samples on the ground. But, you know, and I'd be doing this same questioning too. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'd be attacking the evidence collection just the same if I were on this defense. This is unorthodox. This is not good chain of evidence. But it's an extraordinary situation. It's not your normal crime scene, so you do the best you can. So
That time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
You have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
I mean, I did.
Sure, Sergeant Lang.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, do you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
that's
I assume Solo
speculation.
doesn't sell.
Calls for speculation. He's not a manufacturer. He's not a packager for Solo cups. They may not be sterile, like medically sterile, but if they're packaged, presumably they're not contaminated.
Contaminated cups, I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
By your, I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that,
Of
Lieutenant.
course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Got to be careful what you object to if you want to ask about it.
I'll show you a document and see if you recognize that.
You're asking with no foundation because of your objection.
I don't recognize it. I can tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I need. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally, I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. It's not sort of in your framework?
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which solo cup?
I did not.
And once again, best practices would be being exact, but it's, you know, sometimes best practices are not feasible in poor conditions. You still need to do your best to do best practices, but it's not evidence of a conspiracy. Maybe incompetence, but he just testified he doesn't do homicide crime scenes. That's for the state. It's just, you know, he's first, you know, supervisory detective on scene, state's not there yet. Crime scene's not there yet. It's poor conditions. So even though he's typically not the one doing this, he's got to step up to the plate because it's a blizzard. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible crime scene.
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
Did you see a size 12 men's shoe? Well, sorry, I'm freaking out. Did you see the shoe? I'm thinking shoe print, and I'm going to say, wait, how is he going to tell a size 12 shoe print in the snow? But no, they're talking the missing shoe. So never mind.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any?
That's often the best strategy, Anne. You know, defendants sometimes get real pissy about that because, you know, what the hell am I paying you for? Well, the best defense lawyering is done on cross-examination. So unless the state didn't call everyone you needed to cross-examine, you might not need to put on a defense. In fact, it might hurt you. So it prevents the state from getting to cross-examine anyone if you don't put on a case in chief. But
clear taillight material?
I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was a reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No, no.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
He doesn't have access to the house. He doesn't have evidence to get in the house. He would have needed a warrant to search the house. He didn't have a warrant to search the house. Later on, Trooper Proctor would have been the one to lead a search of the house. He was securing the crime scene. You need a warrant to search the house.
Because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have.
That's argumentative. That's argumentative. And like he said, they would have needed probable cause and then get a warrant to search the house. At this point, all they have is on the front lawn. There's no probable cause that he's been beaten inside the house. There's very little probable cause to lead you to believe anything at this point other than that Johnny O'Keefe has been injured and has been out in the snow for a considerable amount of time. That's not probable cause for anything yet. It's not, there's no probable cause yet to seize the Lexus. At this point, there's no probable cause for anything. So at this point, he could not have searched the residence without permission. Because with permission, you can from the homeowner. But the house, to their knowledge at this point, is not a crime scene. The front lawn or the road or, you know, being dumped out of a car. That's the crime scene. For all they know, at this point, 32 Fairview is the crime scene. He was dumped pretty much on the property line. So why not search 32 Fairview Road? Because there's no probable cause there either. You know, and Trooper Proctor, if he didn't have probable cause down the road, he wouldn't have searched either. Of course, if, you know, it's not just if there's no probable cause, if there's nothing leading him to believe, he needs to search the house. If all the evidence is pointing to your left, you're not going to be looking to your right. At least not very often. You're going to follow the evidence, is what I'm saying.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right.
And why would he if he didn't believe there was probable cause?
Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never asked.
According to your
That's
interview
it.
with
It's still early.
Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene,
This is Jackson, Tequila Mockingbird. This is Jackson, not Yannetti. And Jackson, as I've said, I think he's the best attorney in the courtroom. He's the second most obnoxious to me because Yannetti is a bigger jackass, but this is Jackson.
the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any
Okay.
further investigative interviews,
Okay.
yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that the recusal should take place,
Yes, it was.
and he agreed.
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the Police Department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lake was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Uh, Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lank well, let me ask you this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lank had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lank.
And being invited into the kitchen to do interviews out of the cold is not the same as being granted permission to search. Now, if in the kitchen, in plain view, they had seen evidence, the plain view doctrine, that could have granted them probable cause to search. So that's important to keep in mind. Being invited into the kitchen is not the same as being granted permission to search the house. So, and I meant to comment on Valerie's comment. So, this whole conspiracy theory, it's dangerous because if it backfires, it takes away your credibility. If you come out both guns blazing and it doesn't work, like I've said, the defense does not have a burden of proof. But if they tell me this is our defense and they come out with, with nothing, it takes away their credibility and makes me maybe believe the prosecutor more. So it removes doubt. But I was also, I was going to make a point at the beginning of the stream. So, not only does the prosecution need to be careful here, there's a lot of people, even in my comment section, the Free Karen Reed crowd, they need to be careful because they're making factual statements saying so-and-so killed Johnny O'Keefe. That's defamation. All these people, Turtle Boy especially, because he's not part of the criminal case. So, Jackson and Yannetti, they can't be sued for defamation. Or at least they've got immunity because of the, it's the judicial immunity doctrine, basically. If it's in court, it's not defamation. Turtle Boy is not in court. He's not part of this case. Him saying, Brian Albert is the killer is defamation, assuming that's false. And I am assuming it's false. But, I've had comments under my videos saying Brian Albert is the killer. That's defamation. That's defamation. I don't give legal advice here, but people need to be careful because chances are random jackass commenting in my video isn't going to be sued, but you can be. You can be. It's a dangerous game you're playing. So,
Sergeant Lake and Sergeant Good, correct.
Before you ever got there?
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview? No. Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
And there very well could be the, trial and media strategy in the age of social media very well could be an important law school course because it's nuts.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct. In general.
So in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
No, not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall, as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
I hope there's no swimsuit pictures, but
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No.
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lake had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Okay.
I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins?
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer.
he might not have been in the kitchen. He can't say for certain he wasn't somewhere in the home.
Who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you, foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department to work the rest of the day?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
Was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. Usually his habits where he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his accent, I guess.
If he's not the one that programmed the key card, he can't answer this. Or unless he's the one that set the policy. He doesn't have personal knowledge to whose key card does what.
Struggling with the question, his access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
You go into any door you wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the sally point?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is it, I don't know this, I'm not being, it's not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Thank you.
So it's non-American second floor, ground 1, 2.
When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated KPD needed to recuse himself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
All right, and we are not going to take a 5 or 10 minute break. So let's zoom to 4:20.
Thank you. Go back.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene, who handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lang collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence. Yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
That's what your pause button is for, Tequila Mockingbird.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence. Yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection. Correct.
So this is chain of custody. They are going to need to have the person who had them during that time testify about that period of their custody.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good one. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
You could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area. The kitchen, I believe, was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to.
At this point, they're not viewed as witnesses because as far as they know, nothing has happened inside the house.
Communicate with and among one another.
Sure. Yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jen McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jen McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
It was probably one of them. The Sallyport doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sallyport since January 29th in the afternoon.
That's it. And we could see new laws coming out of this, just like, you know, most of the laws responding to First Amendment auditors haven't been good laws, but they're trying to craft something. So,
Correct.
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sallyport, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sallyport, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access to the Sallyport, or is that one? Are you asking one
I'm
of
going to
them?
say
I would say the entire department.
dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds.
No, we're very small.
I don't know that. So
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sallyport and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sallyport, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sallyport along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sallyport on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sallyport?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sallyport, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallager, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief agreed.
that might have been the best course of action. Call, say, hey, see you asleep on your couch? Of course, I get a call at 6 a.m. I'm not answering, so.
That the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing, no, yeah, if it's an assist, round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well,
but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe.
So that's it. That's a good point from him. I don't think there was a conflict of interest, but I didn't want to even give the appearance of there being a conflict of interest. So I suggested we should hand it off. Of course, maybe what's his name in the state police should have done the same thing, but
It was probable cause to search the house even.
I know that.
That answer will stand. It's stricken and so is the question.
and that's it. And there maybe should have been a better gag order in place. You know, you look at the case, the defense has been very limited in what they've been allowed to say. They have not been able to do anything or say anything, comment about anything unless it's been in open court. And here it's like, presumably since Turtle Boy has been the mouthpiece, either he's been receiving contact from the defense, which would have been a violation of the gag order if such a gag order had been put in place, and massive sanctions could have ensued. And the prosecutor could have said, hey, this dickhead isn't part of the defense team. Everything he has said is his opinion. So, I mean, the reality is probably should have had better control of the parties beforehand. And of course, you know, it's a 2-year-old case. You maybe didn't expect in the last, you know, couple months leading up to the trial it turning into a media circus. So, yeah.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, a taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now,
But is it the same tail light that you found pieces allegedly on the scene? Because there are multiple tail lights, you know, multiple lenses. It should be fairly straightforward to show these are the pieces of the tail light that was broken on by law enforcement trying to remove the housing. So if you know, I remember a case, I couldn't tell you, I think it was Buffalo area. It was definitely Northeast. And I think it was Unsolved Mysteries, Dateline type, you know, late 90s, early 2000s TV. But it was a van struck a cyclist, and they found part of I think it was the turn signal lens, and were able to reconstruct that to the point where they were able to identify the make and model of the van, and it eventually led them to the hit and run suspect. So I would assume you can reconstruct and show here, you know, even like, let's say even what they broke in the Sally Port was the remnants of the taillight that we're assuming was broken beforehand. Presumably, they can gather the pieces, reconstruct them. It may take a while, and show this is what the taillight looked like when we received it. Because the defense isn't disputing that she hit something, because they're arguing she hit John O'Keefe's car at the O'Keefe residence. So to me, this sounds like, well, they're trying to create doubt, of course, but I'd want to stick with one or the other. So did you break the light there? Or did she break the light backing into John O'Keefe's car? Or was it just a taillight breaking party in Canton, Ohio, or Canton, Massachusetts, the end of January 2022?
we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
Okay, that doesn't help the prosecution. It was broken more. No, that would indicate to me that it hadn't been broken at all before it was in the Sally Port. So that answer to me could be damaging to the prosecution's case. But we'll see what future testimony brings up.
May I approach you?
Yes.
And I think that's what they're trying to get at.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photograph. It's the first time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No.
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay, do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Luckily, she doesn't have a, successful YouTube channel anymore.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lyon.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lang that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lang.
Was that in your presence?
Yes.
Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lang booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report,
The police report.
the original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Kenton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallager, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Kenton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't have access to the evidence log.
Did you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Kenton PD. Why would you not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer,
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant.
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police.
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
Not him. Basically, it's, you know, he's trying to create doubt, but at the same time, it's like, so this doesn't exist. I wouldn't have access to it if it did exist.
Most likely.
Yep.
But I don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives?
No.
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And that was you didn't care about the answer. You knew it was going to be objected. You wanted the jury to hear the question. So
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, just where we are.
Yes.
Can I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you have a chance to review them, just look up at me. And I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
got
Why don't
to
you
show the
go take them from
prosecution
the witness?
first,
Take a look.
There's copies right there as well.
because the other side needs to know what you are handing to the witness. You've got to show the prosecution.
Thank you.
That's fine. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure.
I'm sure there's 4 or 5.
Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame?
Just Jackson. Just Jackson. Generally, only one is allowed.
Those photos would have been taken
Yes.
based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
4
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, you don't want to screw up the exhibit numbering again.
I might be able to use this. Yes. Thank you. Taking a look at what's been.
Hold on. They're still being marked, and the court reporter has to record everything you say.
They're being marked.
Thank you.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph, it may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Ms. Reed?
I believe it is. Yes.
Let's take a look at excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Thanks.
I like the police tape around it in the sally port saying, stay away, don't touch, this is evidence.
John, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to- Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No.
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Correct.
All right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct.
Certainly not sterile.
Correct. Correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please.
Okay.
Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39, you recognize what's in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph, same rag
I do.
with the same markings?
Yes,
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph.
they are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes,
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag
yes,
and you see the same evidence bag, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
correct,
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
correct,
with what appears to be liquid blood.
correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Let's go back to evidence item number 37, which is the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes,
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
I was going to say that's a weird tire print or tire pattern, but if that's a golf cart, okay.
it's a Kubota. Yes,
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
yes,
So the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
you can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood. Okay, that's all I have. Lex.
I don't know. Are like, okay, I get this isn't optimal evidence handling. It's not optimal evidence collection. But given the conditions, it was the best they had to work with. Other than quickly documenting it in the light, I don't like it sitting on the floor of the sally port. But what I don't get what Jackson is trying to get at here. Is the bloody snow sitting next to the taillight? Is he trying to insinuate that, you know, the blood dripped down, that they broke the taillight into it here? I would assume they've moved the bag by the time they're removing the taillight housing. So I'm not getting what he's trying to do here. Why it's relevant that the bag is near the rear quarter panel of the Lexus at this point. Now, if, let's say, on, what is it, February 2nd, just, I don't remember when they said the automotive team removed the taillight housing. If we see a Stop and Shop bag in that video as they're removing the taillight housing, that's going to have me saying, hang on, you did what with the evidence? But that's just me, giving a hypothetical. I don't know that happens. I don't know that that's what they're getting at, but we'll see.
Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
If I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think that's,
It's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
and in fact, could even be worse?
I wouldn't play his game. I'd say it depends. I'd give the law school answer. It depends. It's not a yes/no question. If if I can't answer it yes/no, it depends. It depends. If you don't want me to give an explanation, it depends.
For instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that.
Okay, I get it. It's not that they're contaminating the blood samples. It's, you've got the bag open here. I could have reached in and grabbed some bloody snow and smeared it on the taillight. That's where he's going with it.
With that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Argumentative. Calls for speculation.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering.
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained.
But once
Yes.
again, Jackson does not care. He knows that these objections are going to get sustained. At some point, he might get reprimanded in front of the jury because remember, the judge said you can do a third-party culprit defense on admissible evidence. Here, his entire third-party culprit defense is sustained objections. So, in theory, the jury cannot consider those questions because they are not evidence. The questions are not evidence. Testimony is evidence. There was no answer to those questions, so there is no testimony, but Jackson doesn't care because he wants the jury to hear the question. He wants to plant the seed in their brains. But at some point, if this is all they have for third-party culprit, they're going to be reprimanded by the judge in front of the jury. At some point, the judge is going to have to say to the jury, disregard these questions that have been sustained. They are not evidence. That's the problem sometimes when you're doing everything in a bench conference outside of earshot of the jury. At some point, the jury needs to know they can't consider it. So, but yeah, and that's it. The state definitely will need to do redirect.
I have nothing further to sign, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Just briefly. And I bet you this redirect is going to consist of a lot of questions, basically reiterating stuff I said. This wasn't a perfect crime scene, was it? No. Sometimes you have to improvise. Yes. Sometimes you have to do the best you can, even if it's not best practices. Yes. It makes sense to document the evidence in the light in the Sally port. Yes. So think questions along those lines. Of course, mine were leading, but
Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as refusal of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
so there you go. It's not a conspiracy that he's not doing the investigation because he doesn't have jurisdiction. Like I said, that's outside his remit. No jurisdiction. It's state jurisdiction. Sovereign citizens understand it. Well, they don't, but they make the argument.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to, you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is it?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detective Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets do the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminal list and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing the taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see on video, it just pops into the criminal stands.
And as far as your review of that video, your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer, but what, if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminal.
Now that I've swallowed my bite of croissant, that's 2 bits of good rehabilitation. Like I said, him saying, no, it wasn't further broken about the taillight, that made me think that's the only place it was broken. But he's saying, no, I didn't see it broken at all, meaning any break happened prior. So that's a good piece of rehabilitation for the prosecution. Number 2, those photos were taken of the evidence transferred to the state crime lab. So that's documenting the chain of custody. Now, maybe the Sally Port isn't the best place to document that. You know, maybe do it in the evidence area. Of course, you know, if that's just a closet with a fridge and a couple shelves outside for non-refrigerated evidence, because it's the temporary evidence locker that they had it in, it might be it's a busy hallway, not conducive to documentation. So take it out. As he said, due to the placement of the floor mat, the doormat, it's right outside the door from the police station into the Sally Port. So it's not necessarily set down at that point because it's near the Lexus. It's because it's where they entered the Sally Port from the station itself. They go through the door, move a little off to the side so that they're not blocking the way, and that's their best place for photos, is my interpretation. Now, best practices, the Stadies probably should have come and transferred it into, sterile, good evidence containers that day. They shouldn't have waited 2 or 3 days, but yeah.
Criminologist, there wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination, as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the South Florida.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Okay.
Very briefly, you said that none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Argumentative, but that's his point. Once again, the answer doesn't matter. It plants the seed for the jury. This guy sucks at his job. So,
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And ask them questions.
That's correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
at the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks, that's all I have.
You are all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is your next witness, Mr. Malley?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Sergeant Sean Good to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
all right, Sergeant Good. So, if I remember from prior testimony, Sergeant Good is the one that attempted to put up crime scene tape. But yeah, there's no probable cause. If you go where the evidence leads, and as he said, he intentionally limited his investigation because he knew very quickly that he wanted to hand off the investigation. So I don't know that there's probable cause, White Paint. As I've said, you're new here. I'm going off of what's been presented in court. I've intentionally avoided evidence because, frankly, it's not evidence. Only testimony in court is evidence. And at this point, he was on the scene at 9 o'clock in the morning. So roughly 2-3 hours later. He was in the kitchen at about 9 in the morning. He arrived on scene about 7 in the morning. In that time, he had not found probable cause to get a search warrant of the house. Now, if probable cause had been established later, that would have been by someone else. And like I said, he was initially on scene at 7 o'clock. He left. He came back about 9 o'clock is when he was in the kitchen. He was in the kitchen at about 9 o'clock. He arrived on scene at about 7 o'clock. He was not in the initial flurry of first responders at 6:15. He arrived at 7. He snowblowed the lawn, or leaf blowed the lawn. He was outside. The interviews that he witnessed were inside. They were very limited in scope, and they were at about 9 o'clock. Those interviews, being very limited in scope, did not give him probable cause to search the house, to get a warrant. But a dead man on the lawn doesn't mean the dead man was ever in the house. You have to have a causal link. The dead man was on the property line. Did they have probable cause to search 32 Fairview Road? At that point, they didn't have probable cause for anything. Because, as Paul says, no one suspected murder. They didn't have any evidence yet. They were still in the very initial process of collecting evidence. They didn't know what happened. They didn't know what happened. But they didn't know where the shoe was yet. I still don't know where the shoe was. They have no evidence that the shoe's inside the house. The shoe might be 5 feet away under 6 inches of snow, and without the residual body heat, it got buried. So if he's knocked out of his shoe and the shoe is 3 feet away, it could be under snow, and we don't have evidence where it is yet. But we don't know he was at 34 either. We assume he was going to 34, but he was on the property line. So search everyone. Search all the houses. And I'm not defending corrupt cops. I don't know that they're corrupt cops. I don't have evidence. That's what I'm saying. I don't have evidence. So you are assuming facts, not an evidence. That's an objection. Like I've said, I am pretending I'm a juror. I'm going off of the information that has been presented to the jurors. They have not received evidence of corrupt cops. They've received evidence that maybe the investigation wasn't the best. Maybe there was some incompetence. And that's a problem. That's a problem. But you say not 6 inches. We've heard varying amounts. Some have said 4 inches. Some have said 6 inches. It has varied because we haven't heard testimony of anyone sticking a ruler into the snow. People estimate snow. It's not the easiest thing to estimate. And we've heard testimony, the snow has been blowing, so it's in drifts. So in some places, it's steeper than others. It's hard to say. Maybe, is that in response to me saying maybe there's 4 inches, maybe there's 6 inches? Like I said, we've had different testimony. It's not the exact testimony, but it's not inconsistent testimony because, like I said, people estimate. It's, Vince made the joke, 6 inch what? Whole lot of guys overestimate 6 inches. It's, so, as I've said, at this point, she's innocent until proven guilty. And it has not been proved yet. if I'm on the jury and the judge says, all right, we're done, time's up, go deliberate, I'm finding her not guilty because we don't have the evidence yet. But I'm basing it on the evidence presented in court because that's all I can base it on. So, and Gray Duck, we're all 12 here, and I'm not talking 12 inches. So, next witness. If it wants to play. And they might finish their bench conference eventually. But white paint, we don't know that. We don't know. We have no evidence he was ever in the house that night. For all we know, they parked on the road, roughly at the property line between 32 and 34. He got out. They argued, he got out, she hit him and drove away. So we have evidence that he probably was intending to go in the house, but we don't have evidence he was ever in the house. We don't have evidence. It's all speculation. But that's it. If he's on the lawn, that's not evidence he was ever in the house. And if we don't have evidence he was ever in the house, there's no probable cause to search the house. There's no probable cause to get the warrant to search the house. There may be probable cause later on, but at this point, through the investigation done by that lieutenant that just got off the stand, he had not developed probable cause. And as I said, you were probably lurking, since you said you were lurking before you commented. He was in the kitchen. The plain view doctrine, if he saw something in the kitchen where he was invited, that would have been admissible. He could have developed his probable cause off of anything in plain view in the kitchen. But he didn't see anything out of place in the kitchen. And lots of law enforcement could disagree. As I've said, I do not know. All I judge Karen Reed for at this point is her association with Turtle Boy because he is terrible. I judge you based on the company you keep, and Turtle Boy is terrible. To me, I believe if there's probable cause to go to trial, I would hope that the prosecution is not corrupt. And so I would hope that there's probable cause to have gone to trial. The court has not dismissed. That means there's probably probable cause because, there was an indictment. So the jury found probable cause to indict Karen Reed. I'm not privy to any of that. So I'm just trying to put the pieces together of the evidence presented in court. And I will judge you. You love Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy is a known liar. He is a known provocateur. He is a known douchebag. He is awful. He is awful. He has been tampering with the witnesses in this case. He has caused problems in this case. I do not believe a word he says. So everything that is a known fact in this case has come from Turtle Boy. He's not believable to me. So when people say, oh, these are the facts, it's from Turtle Boy. It's from Turtle Boy. He's not a party. He is not privy to evidence. So we're moving on, though. And as I've said, I have not read the court docs intentionally. But even in the court documents, that's not evidence. It's not presented to the jury. Even from it's all allegations, is what I'm saying in there. So I'm not insulting you. I'm saying I question your taste. If you want to watch Turtle Boy, go ahead. I think he's a dirtbag, and I question your taste for that. That's my taste. I wouldn't think so. Turtle Boy hasn't been blocked here, so I would assume he'd, if he came here, come as himself.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Good, Goode,
And how are you employed, sir?
at the Canton Police Department.
I'm not
And, how long
insulting
have you
you.
been a member of the Canton?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Canton Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeants, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on, that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside.
And just so I'm clear, at this point in time, there wasn't probable cause to arrest Karen Reed either. She was section 12'd somewhat voluntarily, but there was not probable cause at 9 a.m. on January 29th to arrest Karen Reed either. So there's no probable cause for anything at that point. So
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. You working on that occasion?
Yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you've just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described as well?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mulaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as I said, I'm not blocking viewpoints. I'm not blocking viewpoints. All are welcome as long as, no personal attacks. No personal attacks. No spam. No isms, so terms of service violations. Also, no spoilers, because, I'm not in real time. So we're I'm trying to develop my opinion based on what I see, not spoilers. So that I can give my current opinion off of what's been presented in court that I have seen. So all are welcome. I might actually ban Turtle Boy if he comes, just because that would get out of hand, but yeah.
And in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Camp Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
Okay.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up when if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So
That's good to know. That's actually interesting to me. I wouldn't have known that.
you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read them out. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on the line?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay as calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of his location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing a call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus
Especially to me, Grey Duck, yeah, Canton's small, but frankly, I would expect it to be a county thing and, get relayed to the locals. Now, here in Utah, what is it? I think Garfield County might have like 2,000 residents total and be, well, it's not the size of Massachusetts, but it would dwarf any county in Massachusetts, but have like 2,000 people. So they might do their own dispatching just because it's so small, they wouldn't have it. And Pascats, hello.
law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and 29th. At some point during your shift, what kind of thing did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Ryan Hick?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for it?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department of Canton?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. He doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody. But he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually could be U.S. Customs, 2 of them, other agents.
Okay, just so you know, because I know you've all been waiting in suspense. Garfield County, Utah, to orient you, think Bryce Canyon area, is 5,200 square miles. The state of Massachusetts is 10,500 square miles. So Garfield County is half the size of Massachusetts and has 5,000 residents. So I know you were all waiting with bated breath because Garfield County, Utah is fascinating. So there you go.
that are at work at the station as well.
Do they have sort of similar relationships as far as
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. If Brian, Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
now on that evening of the 28th and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what if anything do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police?
I remember at one point during the evening.
Yeah, it's one person per square mile. Pat's cats. It's just wild.
He came in. I don't remember if he came into dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see. But
Now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what if anything do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of way?
we try to move all the cars that we're not using. So would that be on a midnight shift? It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
And that's smart. Got to move the cars to fully clear the parking lot. One of my big gripes in the winter is snow plows at the grocery store tend to dump the snow in the accessible parking because that's where it's open. And one of these days I might sue a grocery store for that because that's an ADA violation.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to Canton Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what if any vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles in regard to snow removal, what if anything was typically done with regard to that?
And demonstratives are great, but they can't be permanent demonstrative exhibits. That they've got to be put up when they need to be referred to. It's just like when the previous lieutenant was testifying and he kept trying to narrate the videos. It's like there's no question pending. You need to wait. So you can't just put up a permanent exhibit either.
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what if any calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male party that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And person who would call just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on field?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
Now, the Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? Mayor Pro?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. You recognize that?
There was mentions of Carrie Roberts that really got some agitation on Friday.
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm calling to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call for the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right.
Still trying to number exhibits.
Hi, my name is Karen Khan, because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall.
And so this is the video or the audio recording of the 911 call. And Carrie Roberts absolutely will be called. If I'm not mistaken, she was there the night before at the waterfall. So she's not just a witness of finding him, but possibly the night before, is my guess. Now, the prosecution isn't obligated to call her, but best practices say they should. So,
And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take that on that I didn't know she didn't. Yeah, he's about to call and we'll be on set, but. No. He probably another line and have that.
I hope the audio is clearer in the courtroom and that the echo is just the court, 4 courtroom microphones picking it up. Because this is bad audio for me.
I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody out or anything like that. Hey, where do you live?
He lives on Meadow, downtown.
He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant. Okay, and you're where? So my home, you said you grew up?
We grew up in there. They were out having drinks, and then she left. And so because he got home at some point, and never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, I haven't been able to run during my birthday. He wants me to get home. And he kept custody with me to that people did their password.
Okay.
And so she knew we were going to have to go there, and that's the home. Because she never said she never knew how to.
Yeah.
So she said, I didn't have it happen. And I said, okay. Well, so probably in hospital to know exactly how to.
Even the auto subtitles are having a hard time with this. And so, unfortunately, I can't give a huge reaction to this because it's a garbled mess. But Karen is not giving a huge reaction either. Can't remember her name. June, I think, commented a while ago. I don't know if she's still here. She hasn't commented in a while, but June commented about Karen not reacting to the 911 call, and she's not looking straight ahead as she normally has. She does seem to be looking down, but once again, body language is a pseudoscience, so I don't put a lot of stock in it. And so Carrie was Karen's best friend, but the state is absolutely going to call her. It's I'm just saying they don't have to. They're not obligated to if they think they can build their case without her, but they're absolutely going to call her. Now, that doesn't mean the defense doesn't call her on direct as well. Of course, if you can get everything you need to on cross-examination, you don't need to call her on direct because, cross-examination, you can lead. So it's better. It's more fun. It gets better results often. But there's also, depending on the local rules and how the trial is set up, you're limited on cross to in scope, but impeachment is obviously beyond the scope, but that's an exception. And so you might not be able to get everything on cross is what I'm saying. So you might need to go direct, but sometimes in the interest of economy, so you don't have to recall a witness, they'll allow you to go beyond the scope anyway. So it depends on local custom is what I'm saying.
I don't have to take him out of the back, I don't know.
Yeah, did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. You would have to, call in a couple of patients and talk to us, but I mean, that's right now, it's more, he didn't get home last night, this comment, but not what happened.
No, that's why. That's because she didn't tell me, that's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I think I called the hospital, I said, can't send police to move to our, if they go, they're going to stop police officers, anyone touch people, if anybody puts it from us.
Yeah.
We get it off. Yeah, we don't have a woman fire,
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here, but we haven't made any calls, anything like that, nobody's arrested or anything like that. Alrighty.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem, good luck.
Yeah, that audio was terrible and it got worse. I really hope it's better in the courtroom and that it was just the microphones picking up the ambient noise that made it bad, but we'll see.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kerry Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive? Bless you.
And Vince, the officer that took the 911 call is on the stand right now.
In regards to the same sort of parts.
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours, so as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canton Police Station and reported anything in regard to this, right?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be
Wait.
Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
I thought they said it was Kerry Roberts. Now I'm confused. But I did think it was Jen McCabe that made it from earlier, either testimony or the opening. So I'm maybe not following this properly, but I thought they said at the beginning of the call that it was Kerry Roberts. But I agree, everything else has said it's Jen McCabe, so I missed something.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what, if anything, had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, can I may approach again?
Yes.
So, I don't even know this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll ask you to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
No, please, for one, whatever to.
Yes, I'm from the 34th kid. 34 years old, kidnapped, living in the top of the snow.
You're can't pull out, just please don't. You can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, we're right there.
Yes, the house is right there line.
I think he's like 2 years under institution. Okay.
Once again, audio is terrible. If this isn't a broadcast issue, I would hope that they've invested in a better recording system for 911 calls because it's kind of important.
I don't think I can have
911 emergency.
immediately to start the interview getting it out.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the top of in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yeah, 34 the Albert record. Yeah, I just pulled up and found it. It's just here, you can't, yeah.
Not on the police work, emergency. Hello?
Yeah, that's actually kind of 34. Yeah, you wrote it, you said.
32 in Fairview?
Yes, it is. I mean, I'm confident, so.
Okay, okay, what's going on with you guys now?
We just switched him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone really?
That's just it. Robin, yeah, so.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 26 years old.
46, how long is he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and he agreed to a hour. If he's trying to be, I don't know if he's breathing. They're two women trying to be, it could be he's there, that's all.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to find out. Just get it.
He's breathing, guys. But I don't think he's breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test you?
He's got CPR. No, he's gone.
Oh, okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's halfway.
Okay. All right, we have to find in the police department all the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I can't. I'll hang up with you and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm there. I know.
So look at the stark difference. The O'Keefe family, understandably in tears. Even if I'm the defendant, I'm personally in tears here. If it's someone I loved, even if I had been mad at them the last time I saw them, I'm having this reaction. But once again, body language analysis is pseudoscience. I don't put much stock in it. She is giving more of a reaction to this than other testimony. She is actually shifting her gaze. So there is that. But it's certainly not O'Keefe level. Show us the Reed family now.
Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol drugs involved? Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe you just have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, bleeding from the face. How big is the
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren icon.
We're fine.
Don't know if that's
Okay,
her. Oh, never mind.
now take the full blood if there is any. Okay, one more minute, Joe CPR. All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, give us a call back when you don't respond to it, over on the way.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And so, upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatch?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34th Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
So you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about
Got to get the sergeant on scene, just in case there's a sovereign citizen asking for a sergeant. But first, if he's the one manning phones for dispatch, got to get a replacement in. So there is that.
how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you traveled down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it'd have to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallager and Detective Sergeant Lank.
Why that?
just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallager was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lang is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever. V-E-R. Sorry.
And for a medical reporter, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R. You're welcome.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Sorry.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there, she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer.
I don't think he intended to say shit there, but that amuses me. But assuming Karen is found guilty, I absolutely expect a lot of civil suits, especially from the Alberts and McCabe's, but possibly the O'Keefes as well. Not just a wrongful death, but, against Turtle Boy. Of course, once the Karen Reed gravy train ends, Turtle Boy will be uncollectible, I think. So
there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve now?
Sure.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response to Canton Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And
And now that I swallowed my croissant bite, that's the legal term, uncollectible.
you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, you take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called the watch guard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger backseat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the backseat. They're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And social witness, John?
Yes.
And that's a good point, Linz. Her being guilty isn't a condition precedent to suing. It just makes it easier because, you know, if someone has been convicted of a crime that people have been shouting in the streets, you committed, you go into court and it's like, hey, look, they've been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I just have to prove to a preponderance level that I didn't do it, that I didn't have anything to do with it, and I win. So bing, bang, boom, I win. Whereas, you know, you look, O.J. Simpson was found not guilty in his murder trial, but he was found responsible for the wrongful death because that was just a preponderance standard. So you're right. It's not conditioned upon a successful prosecution of someone else. Just makes it a whole lot easier. And if Karen Reed is found innocent, I have a harder time seeing the Albert Sue Turtle Boy because that just opens an entirely new can of worms. Whereas if you already have the guilty verdict, it makes things easier, less traumatic for them. So, yeah.
So I'm showing you a flash drive. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
And I'll call to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
Exhibit 41. All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
It's only lunchtime.
All right.
Seems like it's been a long morning. But see if there's any discussion
All right, so
before they
Mr. Lally,
go.
you'll have Lieutenant Ray here in case we can get to him.
Yes, Your Honor, and just with reference, I do have a number of other witnesses who I anticipated having this afternoon. Am I free to release anybody who's not Lieutenant Ray or Sergeant Lang?
So I think we'll have those two. We'll finish. You can step down, sir. So we'll finish with Sergeant Good, and then you've got Lieutenant Ray,
Yes.
and that'll probably get us till.
I think that'll get us sufficiently through the day. I don't want to release anybody unless the court.
Well, that,
I really don't think we're going to get to anyone else.
It was very optimistic of them earlier in the day. Well, at the beginning of the day. So, yeah.
okay, and then we'll do the voir dire. All right, so you can go ahead and release the civilian witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the court, please.
You are muted.
All right. Well, if we are muted, let's zoom through lunch, through the ad for, what was it? Give Law and Crime their due. Truthfinder.com/LC Live. But, so, and that's a good question. Voir dire is also for witnesses. I don't know if they're certifying him as an expert or just for credibility's sake, but sometimes before you put a witness in front of a jury, you voir dire that witness to see if they are competent to testify about what you plan to have them testify about. So So yeah, but now let's continue zooming through lunch. And be careful not to go through a brief return to court like I did on Friday. Of course, I blame the court for going to a very quick bench conference after starting the witness. Of course, as I continue zooming, expert witnesses, ideally, you've already certified them as experts before you call them, before the trial starts. Of course, you still have to go through the credentials in front of the jury to establish their expertise, but yeah. So this looks like it was a fairly long lunch. So yeah. Quite a long lunch. Back to it with Sergeant Good on the stand. So I'm wondering if they forgot to hit record, but we'll see. It might just be he's on the stand waiting for the jury.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Sergeant, resuming with what's, excuse me, just been marked as Exhibit 41, that's the cruiser camera video from your Cruiser 682 that you were driving that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish some of that video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start from the beginning through about 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm not a fan of driving in those conditions, for the record.
Can you pause it just 1 second? Sergeant, if you could, as the video is playing along, just alert the jury to the portion of the video where you observe yourself sort of pulling on to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, when the sergeant does that, if you could just pause it. Thank you.
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now. That's Spring, and then next one up. That's Fairview right there on the right.
Pause it just a second. Sergeant, if I can take you back just to the right that you took just before that. What street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
And was that Washington Street that you returned to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar, something. I don't.
Could be setting the scene for those locations, the if it shows Karen Reed driving by at 2 a.m, let's say, just hypothetically.
I don't know the actual name, but
So there's a temple on your left and Cass is on your right.
correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn on to Fifth Street.
Yes.
Coming as it goes.
CJ5, hello. And that's it, Linz. A successful prosecution of Karen Reed takes away a lot of defense, like even attempts at defense for Turtle Boy, but we'll see. Of course, successfully prosecuting him for the witness tampering, intimidation, that, also helps any defamation case against him by the witnesses. So I guess epilepsy warning. Ooh. This is Sergeant Good from the Canton Police Department.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
It was.
So, sir, sorry, there's a pointer.
Oh, okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right. That's got to be myself.
Hey, gotta commend the supervisors. They actually have good windshield wipers. You can clearly see through their windshield. Their dash camera might be better too, but it's hard to tell on the others because the windshield wipers were so terrible. You're looking through slush. This is a great video though. So, I commend the sergeant for the shared car.
Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman. The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman. You can run.
So, and judging by the street, I realize, there's some debate about plows. It looks to me that there has been a plow that has gone down the center of the road, because this looks like the wake from the plow, basically starting where it says siren here and going off into the distance. But that could also just be, disturbances from emergency vehicles driving up. So it's hard to tell in the dark, but it looks to me like a plow has gone by, but that it has been a while. So that's my observation, but I can't say for sure.
You can take that down. Thank you very much.
And yes, and
So,
I
Sergeant, when
believe
you arrive on scene in that area, first of all, what's contained in that video is that a fair and accurate trail, what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Saraf. I said probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance, and then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Saraf, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
so. Just a general PSA: if you are going to conspire to commit a murder in your house, make sure your front yard has a landmark so that first responders can refer to it in the future. So, I appreciate the Alberts putting the flagpole there as a landmark for their murder conspiracy. I say sarcastically.
Speaking of other people, without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Saraf, who, if anyone, you speak to?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Ms. McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People just kind of walking in and out. And so Ms. McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, who, if anyone, you speak to next?
Next was Ms. Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Ms. Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved in?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did she?
So I walked Ms. Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on. Asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
About how loudly was she saying?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, I don't know. What, if anything else, did you ask her that?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, I think so. And then right after that, she said, I don't remember. Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Blank and Lieutenant Gallager prior to you going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lang probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far.
And about what time did Lieutenant Gallager?
I believe Lieutenant Gallager probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendants, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Ms. Roberts.
If you know, about how long the period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
A couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right, so we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard.
So they were only in the car for a brief amount of time. That was non-responsive. The response to the question was, it was pretty quick. It was a pretty quick statement.
And Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her in the back of the cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I was stood
in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
At some point, did the ambulance and Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Ms.
I wouldn't either, CJ5. Those hard plastic seats look awful.
It was moments later, I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to?
Well, once our officer Deborah, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life.
That's only half a problem for me, Vince. Although the reality is, if I'm wearing my leg, it's a big problem because I've got to fight to get in, especially the back seat.
He, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Ms. Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Ms. Roberts?
Okay, I didn't know that. That's new information, new testimony. We knew that she was taken from the scene in an ambulance under Section 12. We didn't know that she had been dismissed from the scene, basically. We don't need you right now. We have your information. Take her home, get warm. And then she was called back to the scene to get sectioned because her father was concerned. So that's new information. That's new information.
So they returned.
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
And based on those statements that were reported to you from dispatch from defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Ms. Reed?
I told Officer Mulaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Ms. Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is a Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to.
Section 12 is a pretty damn good Van Halen album, also known as 5150.
Hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers.
But 5150 is the section of the California code. So
to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence. And if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released. But at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine have already left. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to Section 12.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Ms. Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mulaney fill out?
Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Ms. Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
Then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lank at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to, prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lank told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
Oh. So there goes part of the conspiracy. Because the free Karen Reed, Jen McCabe going in the house is evidence of an uncontrolled scene. It's they just let her walk in. But Sergeant Good, we instructed her to go in the house and wake them up and roust the residents. Because she had access. She had a key or a key code or however she had access. As family or family friend, she had access. So on police instruction, she went in to wake them up. That explains they hadn't been awake because at 7 a.m. they'd been drinking. I'm not waking up to commotion unless I know I need to. So that's not an uncontrolled crime scene. That's not Jen McCabe going in to collaborate, to collude, to, come up with a story with the residents. She was instructed to go in and wake them up. That goes against the conspiracy theory. Of course, it's for the jury to decide who they believe. But that is not a good piece of evidence for the defense.
And why did you say that specifically to Mr. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something about the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
And so during those...
And once again, if I'm a neighbor in these conditions, at best, I'm peeking out of the curtains. I'm not going outside because, number one, I don't want to be on a crime scene. But number two, even with my curiosity, I'm not wanting to go outside. But then, I've said before, prosthetic legs are great, like in normal good conditions, they're almost perfect for walking. They're not good at multitasking, but the minute it gets slippery, they suck.
2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside.
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road, so you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing, and to be honest, you couldn't see very far.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lang...
So that explains why they don't wake up. It's you don't need sirens blazing because there's no traffic. I mean, I've mentioned I live on a relatively busy street, not a main thoroughfare, but near an intersection, and we do get ambulances fairly regularly because it is a direct route from a hospital, and coming through the intersection, we get the noisy, I'm sure all my American viewers know, you get the sirens, but then you get the horn, the air horn, and they'll do that blasting through the intersection. But if you don't need it, you don't need it. And if you're not using it, you're not waking people up, especially who had been drinking the night before, late into the night.
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And if anyone else was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Mr. McCabe that she references that 34 Fairview is who he was prior to going to the house that day.
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And coworker that you worked with for 18 years.
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Mr. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, you
So no Colin Albert or Caitlin Albert.
recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
If anything, did you observe?
That was non-responsive. Now ask, what did you observe? They were in shock. So
About their demeanor when spoke.
they looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did it?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
So the part of the house he's been invited into doesn't provide probable cause to get a warrant to search the rest of the house. Johnny wasn't beat up in the front room. He wasn't beat up just inside the front door. There's no evidence of a scuffle there. Nothing out of place. No probable cause.
And following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At the time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallager was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in.
And again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you do Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lang ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallager, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallager immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I wrapped it around by the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's ride?
Lieutenant Gallager noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip, we couldn't keep it clear, and he made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5 to 7 minutes.
And once you arrived back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, happened?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallager. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now, with respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what, if anything, did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize?
So as Lieutenant Gallager was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took 2 still photos.
May I approach?
And so that's I mentioned during the use of the leaf blower that the Canton department doesn't have body cameras, but they videotaped it and it was of relatively good quality. So there's our answer. It was his iPhone.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I actually don't need to. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 33 up on the screen. Just the first one.
So we've already seen, presumably this one, we've seen leaf blower.
Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on screen as exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
That's Lieutenant Gallager.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower?
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
So laying the foundation, they can now enter these as exhibits into evidence.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video.
And we have a battery powered leaf blower. I highly recommend them. They're a lot quieter.
Gentlemen, if you just stand right there. Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away for the layers?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser point, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this.
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
Droplings?
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take over.
Did he say droplings?
Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 41 back up again. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds into. Good, pause it right there. Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen? Is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Oh, no, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this to be.
Yes, sorry, if you just play forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry.
Just play forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through, so about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what, if anything, you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34th Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34th Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that.
I don't know that her father asked for the Section 12, but he reported to dispatch that she was making concerning statements to him. So they interpreted those as her needing to be sectioned. I don't know that he asked for it, or if it was, you know, hey, look after her, hey, take care of her. So I don't know exactly what he asked them to do. That wasn't in evidence. There was no testimony. It was just that he is the one that told them she was making concerning statements to him on the phone. So, and this is important, you know, we've heard a lot of, there are no footprints from where John O'Keefe was found to the house, only from the road to John. So actually getting it on video in a wide pan shot on what is frankly the clearest of the dash cams is good. Although I guess it's not the, well, depends on the location of the wiper.
Hold it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed.
Okay.
Thanks. Just a minute, if you could just let it run through for a couple more. Thank you. And Ms. Cummings, you can take it down.
So it wasn't quite as wide a panning shot. I would have wanted a little more to the left, but certainly showed a lot of undisturbed snow on the front lawn.
Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hey, Coach Ron.
Yes.
To show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. That's the first district you recognize.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10. Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser point you have before you direct the jury's attention to where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow it.
Go ahead, sir. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip.
That I think so. Could you point to where you're told Officer O'Keefe was found? He's showing where he was told he was found. It's not for the truth that that is where he was found, I believe, is why it was overruled. But it's already been testified by multiple police officers and firefighters who did see him on the ground that that is where he was found. So it wouldn't have mattered one way or another.
forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Okay.
So then if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. And you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 20.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We had to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
Again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph of Exhibit 28 as well.
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you directed your attention to where in this photograph that is. Now, may I approach this to
Yes.
So that's fairly close to the road. Like closer than I would have actually thought. Like not 10 feet. At least I don't think.
lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen as, and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
May I have just a moment now?
Yes.
Following your time on,
Thanks, Mark.
on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Camp Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which believed to be blood droplets in snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regards to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Sergeant Lang transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Sean.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Sean.
All right. Stianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We get Mr. Yannetti for this one. Buckle up.
Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No.
We've never spoken.
No,
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
Graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named
I
Courtney
saw.
Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, you know, growing up,
It's a small town. And once again, Yannetti is doing his job. He's doing his job. You've got to create doubt wherever you think you can. But the jury lives in a small town. They understand that you know people, that you went to high school with people. If a family has lived there for a long time, you probably know of them.
up in Canton, and working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well,
What the hell does that mean? They're well connected. What does that mean? What are you asking?
Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes,
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Oh my God, he lives in Canton and has eaten pizza in Canton. Conspiracy.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up on 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have. Yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also?
Yeah, they work in the same station. Funny enough, Kevin Albert probably didn't work this case.
Also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah, we've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
Yeah, at work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is the teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
That's a high whistle every time he says sure. Oof, it's hurting my ears.
To a fact.
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
It's irrelevant.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Well, I'm asking you, with regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in.
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
Let me just have a moment. Tomorrow.
Okay.
As of now, we haven't heard anything about him reconstructing the crime scene. That wasn't on the direct. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but it wasn't on direct. nothing about him doing any reconstruction. In fact, they handed it off to the Stadies later that day, so why would he do the reconstruction? That's it. You know, like I said, I live in Salt Lake City. It's a tight-knit neighborhood in Salt Lake City, but it's the Salt Lake Police, so we're dealing with it. I mentioned, you know, the Chase Allen shooting up in Davis County, you know, in the suburbs close to Salt Lake City. It's, you know, maybe not quite as wealthy, but it's roughly the equivalent of Canton to Boston. My uncle's brother-in-law is the police chief the next town over, which is also where my aunt and uncle live and my grandparents lived. And my cousin, my same age, her uncle was at the time police lieutenant, I think, riding with me when we're 16. You know, if I was driving a couple miles over, she's like, yeah, you better not get pulled over because I've got to live with, you know, the police here. They know me. So if you get pulled over, I'm throwing you under the bus like I don't know you. And that's, you know, that's small town. Frankly, that's a smaller town than Canton, I think, but, or at least it was at the time. It's grown a lot, but yeah, you can't treat a small town jury like it's, you know, central Boston.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show one thing. I'll direct you to page 5.
Exactly, Mark. It's called being a decent human.
Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a,
You know, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it
ahead
to
and
him.
show it to him.
sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking up the first 4 pages and directing you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the second paragraph and it's numbered.
And that was important. Don't describe what you're going to show him. Show him, because it's for the witness to describe to the jury what he's seeing, not for the attorney to describe what he's going to show, even on cross-examination.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a cars section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. There's you just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you,
Sure.
and you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct?
Mhm.
Of the Canton Police, who were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with.
Then ask the state police who wrote the report why they put it. Of course, this is trying to get inconsistencies. This is being a defense lawyer.
With regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you welcome up for a minute? Bring up.
And so it's at this point, you know, he said he wasn't the lead investigator on the reconstruction. Well, doesn't that say you are? It's Yeah, but I didn't write the report. After that, you're badgering, asked and answered. You know, ask the person who wrote the report why they wrote it. Don't ask him why they wrote it about him when he has said he didn't know. And that's it. Hot Fuzz makes for a great movie, but it wasn't very believable because all it takes is one or two, you know, turds in the punch bowl and your conspiracy is blown. You know, to me, I just don't see dozens of people willing to conspire to do this.
Sergeant Good, what was your understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Oh, so you did
We recruised ourselves? That's an interesting pronunciation.
know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork, yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what the Canton Police was either allowed to do or not?
Well, he had passed away, so now is no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well,
they don't have jurisdiction.
You've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. That I was involved in? None.
Well, homicides in Canton versus homicides by the Canton Police Department. Ask clearer questions.
The department was involved.
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
It wasn't specifically a homicide when they started. It was an accident scene. It was a unattended body. They said when they started, it was not a homicide because he had not been declared dead. So the state police declined the invitation initially because he was not dead officially. Once he was dead, the state took over.
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton?
To me, that sounds like it's calling for a legal conclusion. I'm guessing that that's what the objection was.
Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
It's over a decade?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I work midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, but we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay. And when you say you work midnight, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes.
At 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices in the Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department?
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah, Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
And Chief probably doesn't work the midnight shift either.
Oh,
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
Right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry, what was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch,
Yeah, this line of questioning, he's not being clear at all. It's hard to follow. I don't blame Sergeant Good for getting lost. You know, there's been in other chats complaints about Prosecutor Lawley, but he's at least linear. He's linear. It's easier to follow him, I think. But that's me. So
you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
Okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Come into the dispatch area.
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway? We have numerous, I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was.
So Higgins, who is friends with the Alberts, at 1:30, which is an hour after he was allegedly struck. Johnny was allegedly struck, but you know, if he was dumped after Karen left, you know, dump him at 12 or 1:25 or 1:20 and then zoom off to the station, Higgins. But why would he go to the station after dumping a body? I don't know.
In your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Just to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
Already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him?
No.
I was gonna say, this sounds strange, but if it's not unusual behavior, then it's if he's a workaholic doing ATF stuff, as CJ5 says. Of course, if you had been out drinking a few drinks, maybe it's best not to go in, even if you do have ATF stuff to work. But my opa was a CPA, and especially during tax season, he even well into his 80s, as I've mentioned, he lived next door. He drove a 1980s diesel Mercedes, so it had a very distinct sound. I could hear him coming and going, and I'd hear him as a CPA coming home, and that, just sole practitioner CPA. He'd come home for dinner, hang out with my Oma for a little bit in the evening, go back to the office at 10 at night, and come home at 2 in the morning. And, ATF stuff, if, I don't know, just complete speculation, see if a warrant's gone through, see if you've, check a secure email or whatever. It's not a 9-to-5 job. Presumably, he could check his email remotely. He presumably could check voicemail remotely. But that's me presuming. It might be that, doing ATF stuff, drug deals go down in the middle of the night. Even in a blizzard. Maybe even especially during a blizzard, since drug dealers are, the kingpin's like, hey, no one's out right now. Go do the deal because you're not going to be seen. So maybe for Brian Higgins, it made perfect sense to show up. That's me speculating. Because, it shows he was out late. It shows, let's say Johnny was dumped 12:30. We're going with the prosecution's case. Johnny was hit by Karen Reed at 12:30, backed into. She takes off. Johnny's there for roughly an hour. When Higgins leaves, we're assuming Higgins was at the Albert residence. So he leaves, walking the other direction during a blizzard, doesn't see Johnny an hour later. It just shows that that's about the time frame he left the Albert residence. If he was there. That's all it shows to me. Because him showing up at the police station, if he just goes straight to his office, if he's not going and interacting with the sergeant on duty, I wouldn't think going to his office is a conspiracy, is colluding if he's not interacting with anyone. Johnny hasn't been found yet, so presumably there's no evidence to tamper with at the police station. But I don't know. I'm trying to, like I said, put the pieces together, and I'm not seeing it. So, and that's it. We're speculating based on the evidence presented in court, not Turtle Boy's statements, but we can still speculate. It's what the jury is doing. They can't talk about it, whereas we can. They can't discuss it with their fellow jurors, and especially not with non-jurors, but once they go back they're free to speculate once deliberations begin. So, yeah.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
Hundreds?
No, we're very small.
Oh, come on.
We're
I
probably
didn't
45.
mean to do that.
And just about
I don't know how my mouse even hit that. I apologize. That is really annoying.
Sure,
Need to have each other's back.
sure.
Okay, we're past that.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No,
We're past that.
The pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the
We're not past that.
investigator in this reconstruction?
because I wrote the offense report from that.
Okay, I'm struggling.
For 18 years, correct?
Yes,
During those 18 years,
And the thing is, it wasn't even unpausing, it was moving the mouse between screens. That I'm annoyed. Let's see.
do you know how many homicide investigations?
Okay, that's
correct.
And I actually miscounted, that would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
that's too
there were
far.
2 ambulances.
Oh, I'm really annoyed with myself. I apologize. But we're just going right here and being done with it.
Now, when that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes,
It is.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. And you've had enough time to review it?
yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative, it's 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes,
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Once
Okay.
again, it's
Does that
important
refresh
to
your
be
memory as to
accurate.
what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
Sean O'Keefe?
No. I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes,
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch,
I did.
and you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called 2 of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallager was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Blank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together?
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
Oh. And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallager arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered...
And that's it, Mark. To me, it's, you've been there before. Oh, yeah, I responded to a police report there. I'd responded to a call for service. So you've never been there socially. You've responded to a call. It's almost like, someone, I realize this is a little different, but, you get called to the crack den multiple times a week. If the defense is like, you've been here before, it's, well, yeah, I was called yesterday for call to service. There was a report of criminal activity. I realize crack dealers are not cops generally, but him having been there as part of his job and not socially, it's like, well, yeah. And once again, he said, yeah, I don't go on the scene as sergeant for every call, but if it's a serious call, then I get someone to cover dispatch and I go because that's appropriate. And it's like, well, you've never received a call for service for a dead cop on the lawn of another dead cop. It's like, well, maybe that's about the highest level of emergency in a cop's eyes. So that's like sort of, assassination of some sort. That's exactly what's contemplated when on his own prerogative, he's like, you know what, as shift sergeant, I need to get there as soon as possible.
That front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection.
No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
Door. If the door is closed, How would you know if there's stairs or not? It calls for speculation. He doesn't know the layout of the house. If the door is closed, you say cellar door, you know, outside some cellar doors, you know, they're almost horizontal, almost, you know, you open them up and out to expose a staircase. So they're covering the staircase. You could speculate that those are outdoor cellar doors, but inside the house, presumably, it could be a broom closet. It could be a broom closet for all he knows. It's speculation. If he can't see stairs, he doesn't know that there are stairs.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
You saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw?
He didn't have probable cause to go in the cellar. This is all speculation. Mr. Lally, what are you doing? Object.
Saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Mr. Yannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck or cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallager arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
And Mulaney. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all have their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Lang's does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Okay.
And you know, lots of people. When I lived in Durham, you know, in the dorms, I don't have them now, but in Durham, had blackout curtains in my dorm room window. When they were closed, I couldn't tell if it was day or night. So all this talk about, lights flashing. Well, isn't it odd that the Alberts didn't wake up? Well, number one, we're assuming their bedroom is at the front of the house, because if it's at the back of the house, they wouldn't even see the lights. But they might have curtains closed, so they wouldn't see the lights to wake them up. Wouldn't they hear the commotion? They're drunk and it's 6 a.m. They probably could sleep through a lot more noise. And that's assuming the bedroom's at the front of the house. That's assuming they don't have triple paned windows. Awful lot of assumptions that this would wake them up. As I've said, takes an awful lot to wake me up when there's commotion outside. Of course, one bullet bike, and ooh, I hate those, but
Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Mr. Yannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16. Am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to,
pay attention, Yannetti. If it's not in evidence, you can't just play it.
your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue.
But, Anne, it might not have been admitted to evidence because Sergeant Good is the author. He created it, so he needs to authenticate it to have it admitted as evidence. So it was being offered as demonstrative, but it's not admitted yet. So they need Sergeant Good in order to admit the evidence. Yeah, the top Officer Seraph, he's already testified. He's already authenticated it. So the upper video, yes, but Officer Good's not yet. And Mark, the answer has been none. Because it was early, bad weather, Saturday morning.
Okay, pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you were arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask some questions after that.
Sure.
Can you pause it? Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Play for another 20, 30 seconds.
And that's the thing, Grey Duck, especially if there's flashing lights and emergency responders. If there's a car crash and no one's out there, yeah, I'm going to go out and try to help. If the ambulance is already there, I'm going to figure there's absolutely nothing I can do other than get in the way.
Are you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see Counselor Ziba for just 1 second on this.
And once again, I wouldn't think that there would be evidentiary issues with this because, you know, it's dash cam. It's being authenticated. Other than if it's being offered for something he can't discuss. So like something off screen or, you know, yeah, I just not quite sure what concerns she has, but
So this will now become Exhibit 16. We had it as a placeholder from before.
all right. So
It was 379, and on Friday,
that's what it was. It was the numbering issue and clarifying we had a placeholder, but it wasn't admitted. Now it is. It's 16. So
we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim. Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay, yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No,
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no, Houston.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No,
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Blank was asking Brian Albert?
okay, I'm wondering if that horn is a provocateur outside the courtroom. Because that's obnoxious and persistent.
Yes.
Did you ever hear Sergeant Blank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hearsay. It's not a statement of a party opponent. It's not a statement against interest. Here, did you ever hear Karen Reed ask? That might come in, depending on if there's other objections. But did you ever hear, did you ever hear Mahatma Gandhi ask this? It's hearsay.
While you were there, ever hear Sergeant Blank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hearsay.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
Yes,
All police officers are first responders, correct?
yes,
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training.
But they're not first responders in their sleep. Oh. Jen McCabe was sent in by the police to wake them. Him not coming out to administer CPR in his sleep when he didn't know makes sense. It's like, if no one else came out, no one else was rousted, but the Alberts were, to me, that's what would have been a little suspicious. Like, just like, no one else sees John O'Keefe, but Karen Reed does. That's a little suspicious. But the fact that the Alberts didn't know anything was going on until they were woken up, just like all the neighbors, is normal to me. But
First responders, correct?
yes,
and also him not coming out once he was awoken. Well, Jen McCabe was sent in after Johnny was removed. From my understanding, the ambulance had already left. So there was no rendering aid for Brian Albert to even attempt once he was awake.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No,
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Hearsay.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No.
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes,
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
yes,
It's a very unique situation, correct?
yes.
Many officers in the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right, well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember. No.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that. No.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as, you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes.
It's if you say so. It's you're putting words in my mouth and I don't have a response. It's passive aggressive, yeah.
Okay. Yes.
So you answer yes or no if you can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Right.
ask the question again or just move on, please.
Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall. No.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
no, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course, a scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes,
And
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes,
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
correct.
Did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to, potential physical evidence.
of course, once again, him not hearing it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Of course, him hearing it could be him mishearing it, but
If you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off
Nope.
if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
but it was also used on a limited area, about 6 by 6. If the shoe was 3 feet away, could have remained covered in snow. Once again, I have no idea if the shoe was ever found, where it was found. That's not in evidence yet, if it ever is in evidence. But with the conditions we were dealing with, they used the leaf blower on a very limited area.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You did your job very seriously.
Yes.
Now, in addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers?
He was recording the use of the leaf blower with his iPhone. Now, it would be absolutely stupid to be fumbling through the snow with your hands. That's so far beyond best practices. Like, that's a lot more ridiculous than using red Solo cups to collect snow, to collect bloody snow. Blindly fumbling with your hands is asinine. So, and I don't know that for sure, but we don't know that, period. If it's in the snow bank from the plow, it makes me think he was hit on the side of the road, or at least knocked out of his shoes on the side of the road, and maybe managed to crawl a couple feet, knocked onto the grass and crawled a few feet before he rolled over and died. But I don't know. So.
In their hands to search the scene.
I don't recall that.
You recall officers using their feet to clear some areas.
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallager and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items,
Of course.
large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fifth, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
So
Did you find
one point before I take a really quick potty break. So it's worth noting if the shoe was found in the snowbank from the snow plow, that would indicate to me that the collision was either right on the side of the road or just onto the grass. So the area they cleared down to bare ground, unless the broken tail light pieces were stuck on Johnny's clothing, they wouldn't be on the bare ground. They'd be closer to the shoe. At least to me and my lizard brain, the broken tail light would be by the shoe. But with that, like I said, quick potty break. The downside of trying to do this all at once instead of AM and PM is nature Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I hope you all behaved. I hope you all behaved, because if not, and let's see. Yeah. Everyone behaved. Good. But yeah, as I was saying, to me, I would expect the fragments to be found near the shoe as opposed to near the body if, he attempted to crawl onto the lawn. Or let's say he was knocked with such force that it threw him out of his shoe 10 feet. That can happen. That can happen. You can get thrown a lot further than 10 feet. And if that happens, I don't necessarily expect plastic shards to fly 10 feet. But I'm not a physicist, so I don't know. But this also shows why it's important for the police to be precise. It's important for them to dot all their I's and cross all their T's so that you don't leave the door open for conspiracy theories, no matter how frivolous the conspiracy theories may be. If you are thorough and if you are precise, you don't leave room for conspiracies. But let's get back to the testimony.
Men's hat, black in color?
No,
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
no,
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent the crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called the crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and
Flamethrower. They needed a flamethrower to clear the scene. They need to talk to Elon Musk. Get the flamethrower.
minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so it was 2 hours.
And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
That's it, Dan. I don't know how many there were, but it makes perfect sense to me that when they left, they wouldn't see it because you go out the door and immediately turn left to follow the walkway to the driveway. And, most people would consider it rude to cut across the front lawn, even in the snow. And so make sense that they wouldn't see anything because he's not in that direction. They wouldn't be looking in that direction.
Okay, so I guess leave the tent out of it. None
Okay.
of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent is not put up either.
Nope.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's
Yes.
particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before
Sure.
submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, counsel. And I just
Thank
have
you.
to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach.
Yes.
This is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now,
That's what I was trying to say. It's the police department. We heard that address before. But Higgins, if he's giving his address, it's possible. What's your address? Gives his work address because he's used to it as giving it in a professional setting. And, you know, law enforcement contact to him is a professional setting. So could be for him, that was his default answer, but that's speculation once again.
Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in.
Presumably, it's because it's the address Higgins gave.
Your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can,
Hold on, do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti?
Don't expect witnesses to bring exhibits.
Yes, sure, go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it. And please look up at me when you're done.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay,
And I am too, Ann. Frankly, I would have liked that from one of the first witnesses, but they need to get to a witness who can competently testify about it. And I get it. They're trying to go chronologically, which for some people, chronological works best. For some people, you go with the best witness first. Go with the splashiest, most memorable, the biggest piece of evidence, the smoking gun. But, it's all style points at that point.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF?
Correct.
And this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
all right, so why don't we come to sidebar now? And
I think from the setup, he's trying to show this report was doctored, which ideally, to me, I don't know that this is best practices. To me, if you come across new information, you don't alter the report. I'd file an addendum. But that's what I think would be best. We'll see. We'll see, because that all happened quickly, so it seemed like it was discussing time and date of the report. Got the sidebar. So it hasn't come out in evidence. Really, we don't have, other than the opening statement, and we don't have anything in evidence yet about the night of the 28th, about the Waterfall Bar and Grill, about outside the Albert residence that night. Thus far, all we have is the scene that morning and at the hospital and at the O'Keefe residence after the hospital. So we have nothing in evidence about how Johnny got to the Albert residence. So we know that potentially, I assumed it, but I think I had heard it. but the jury doesn't know for sure, at least not off of admissible evidence given as testimony yet. Unless I missed it. Unless I missed it. There's always the possibility I missed it. And that's it. To me, I might have started with that. The jury might have appreciated it better. Start with the fights. Start with the bar hopping. Start with the party. Start with the taillight, and shoe. Collecting blood samples, that's the boring stuff. Leave that to the end. But once again, it's all style. It's all what the prosecution decides works
Trying to do
best.
this inside right now. Okay, so
And John's car is at his house. That is on the Ring camera at his house. And that is where Karen allegedly backed into John's car. And as far as I know, there's no evidence, especially not presented as evidence yet, of taillight pieces being found at John's house in his driveway. So, okay, so we're on the same page. And that's it. They're going chronologically, but they started in the middle chronologically. So it could be going chronologically. They should have started about where Aaron O'Keefe testified. The phone call. There are some days I wish I'd never met an O'Keefe after 2004. So.
the same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is a
All right.
holiday.
Well, apparently I paused just a little too soon because we're done. Unless there's discussion. So we'll let it play out, see if there's discussion.
Close your notebooks, leaving them on the chair, taking all your belongings, follow me, all right?
Goodbye.
There absolutely could be, Anne, because it would all be admissible, presumably, not privileged. So if it's relevant and admissible, they could.
Be seated.
All right, so someone needs to get Sergeant Lang for you. Okay, so the voir dire, I thought that we would have finished this earlier and I'd be able to give you more time, but I suggested 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Jackson tells me that's fine for him and the Commonwealth as well.
So I'm curious, Sergeant Link, what voir dire do we need for Sergeant Link? I would assume he'd be competent to testify. It's been established he's on scene, although he may not have been scheduled, working a scheduled shift. So is he viewed as a civilian? I wouldn't think so. I'm really wondering why they need to voir dire him. And there being quite a bit of time left, yeah, we actually do get the voir dire tonight, so this isn't goodbye yet. We'll keep going, and watch the
Well,
voir
so what I'd
dire.
like to do is 10 to 15, 10 to 10 minutes would be great from each of you, and then I'll hear argument because it means now I'm keeping the staff longer than necessary. So, all right.
Is he here?
He is. They were getting him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, 8-week trial. You can't keep the staff overtime. Good luck with that, with their servers.
I'm just going to write it to someone.
All right, please.
All right, well, Judge needs a little bit of a break too, so we'll...
Please watch your step to the stand, please, the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear you have to give the court in the case now we're hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mayor Young?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us late in the afternoon, Sergeant Lang. I'm going to direct your attention to your relationship with the Albert family and some of the members of the Albert family. Do you know who Tim Albert is?
Yes,
Do you know who Chris Albert is?
yes.
Do you know who Brian Albert?
Interrupt, I just need your name.
I'm so sorry. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
Michael, common spelling?
Yes,
I'll start over. Do you know who Tim Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Chris Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Brian Albert is?
I do.
How do you know Tim Albert?
I know Tim Albert to be one of the younger brothers of the Albert family
How long have you known Tim?
since childhood.
What about Chris Albert?
Yes, I know Chris
How long have you known Chris?
since childhood.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chris Albert?
Chris and I were pretty good friends growing up, right into our 20s. Still friendly when I see him.
Still socialize with him?
No,
When did you last socialize with Chris Albert?
I couldn't tell you the last time I personally socialized with him. I've seen him at events, but Chris and I don't make arrangements to go out together.
What about Brian Albert?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Civil,
Friendly?
exchange pleasantries when I see him. Hello.
But you're closer to Chris.
Yes.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself previously, in years past, as being a drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Have you ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing.
It's been many years, but yes.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Again, we were friendlier back then, yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or in some way at a restaurant or a bar with Chris?
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting into some sort of physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump in into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You've been drinking?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
what happens is you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris, correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers, and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew as a police.
I think so, and it hasn't actually... The camera has not left Officer Lank during this voir dire. It sounds like Jackson. So I'm going to say yes.
So, officer, as to how he should go forward, And as I was telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris. And he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lottolato, correct?
Yes,
And his brother Alfred.
yes, Alfredo.
Alfredo, sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men.
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo?
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and for all intents and purposes physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lottolato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lottolato?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first and then you punched him.
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
Well, you were sued in federal court and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement within that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document. You were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are.
It was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of tailor this a little bit because we're on a little bit of a time crunch and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lottolato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
He then indicated that once the police officers that were there pulled you off of him, you then turned and walked over to Alfredo while he was still incapacitated, meaning physically handcuffed, and spat in his face.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Ultimately, both men, after this altercation, were allowed to leave the location, correct?
I believe one fled and the other one was allowed to leave, yes.
Okay. You're telling me now that Mark Lottolato punched you first, a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any circumstance in which an individual would be able to punch a police officer on duty or off duty in the presence of other police officers and just be released? That wouldn't happen, would it?
I don't believe the other police officers were on scene when the fight initiated.
Did you tell them that you got punched?
I don't recall.
They certainly let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay. And then,
Alfredo was released.
so the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for.
It's so the Lottolatos, it doesn't matter that they're the ones he was fighting. It's that the defense is trying to argue, look, you're such good friends with the Alberts that you beat the shit out of someone, got sued in federal court, and you were the real aggressor here in support of your friend. Therefore, you would lie to protect these friends who you got in a fist fight to protect. So if you'd get in a fist fight to protect someone, you'd lie to protect them, even though that's a crime. Therefore, your testimony is not reliable. Therefore, you shouldn't be a witness for the prosecution. Now, I'm assuming if he was a good witness for the defense, they'd want him to testify whether he's friends with the Alberts or not. So that's what I'm deriving from this so far.
Assault, battery, or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No.
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
Actually, 3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Does it sound like that's in the time frame? It probably was about 3 days later.
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lottolato and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written. right?
I don't know.
Once those police reports were written, after they indicated that they wanted to file a complaint, ultimately charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
My understanding, Ann, like I said, I don't know. I'm frankly, if I want to be a objective juror, I shouldn't actually be listening to this because this is slightly prejudicial to a jury. But sometimes I pretend I'm actually a judge in a bench trial. Either way, I'm the finder of fact. But I believe this isn't just to lay a foundation for questioning before the jury. Like, this isn't a foundation. This is qualifying whether or not he even can testify in front of the jury in this case. So, but once again, I don't know. I haven't read the pretrial motions. I guarantee there is a pretrial motion about this. So,
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves, you ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me and now I've got to go to court."
No,
Conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond something to the effect of, "I'm not doing so good because you attacked me and now I've got to defend myself in court"?
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to "How are you doing?" They made threats and they were ultimately arrested. Yes.
So your claim now.
So the guy testifying right now is Officer or Sergeant Link, who was on scene along with Sergeant Good. He's the one that went in the Albert home and took the statements from Brian Albert and his wife. And bear in mind, Brian Albert, it's his brothers that he knows. It's his brothers that he was friends with and works with. So not Brian Albert, the others. And so the criminal events are just, the argument is going to be, you were willing to commit police brutality for the Alberts, therefore you'll lie for them. Is my guess. Is that
they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office?
Yes.
And charges were brought against them? I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication, criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they had been in earlier in the evening.
But not Brian Albert, his brothers.
Is that right?
No.
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you.
No, he didn't say he got involved in a fight. He said the fight came to him.
And said, "I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come."
Yes, and you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this situation emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert, your friend, longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
Isn't it true that it had everything to do with it being Chris Albert?
No,
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way.
absolutely.
It's almost like you go to a police officer for help, they're going to try to help you, presumably, whether you're friends or not, whether they're on duty or not. And if they then get jumped,
Is it true that what you actually did, Sergeant Lang, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. So whatever happened between Christopher Albert and these brothers on that particular evening, you weren't present for that?
No.
And your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time you were there, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert, what, if any, other involvement have you had with him as far as through your official duties as a police officer?
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
so he's cordial but not friendly with Tim Albert, who he has had to bring charges against.
Correct.
And do you recall roundabout when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall who, if anyone, from your department?
So 10 years later, 2012, and to me, this actually does rehabilitate him. It's like, so you're willing to fight for the Albert family, you'll lie for them too. It's like, but you'll also arrest them. Ooh, maybe you're not willing to cover up crimes for them if you are willing to arrest them, if you're willing to bring charges against them when there's evidence that they committed a crime. It's almost like if there's evidence that Brian Albert committed a crime, you would have brought charges against him like you did against his brother. Just because you're friends with their other brother doesn't mean you extend them professional courtesy, which, once again, I think professional courtesy is corruption. So,
Was working with you on that investigation?
It would have been Officer Good at the time.
That's now Sergeant Sean Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean
no, same Sean Good that just testified.
Good involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like.
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
You'll notice Jackson didn't ask about Brian Albert. He asked about 3 of his brothers. What's your relationship with him? We were friends as children, haven't really hung out since early 20s. What's your relationship with the other? I work with him. What's your relationship with the other? Civil. Jackson didn't ask, what's your relationship with Brian Albert? So Mr. Lally is asking, and it's civil.
The 2 of you friends?
Can you repeat that, please?
Are the 2 of you friends?
No.
You socialize with Brian Albert, have you at any point?
I've been at events where Brian is at, and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Albert, just the 2 of you?
No.
You ever been to his house or inside his house?
No.
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Brian Albert, do you get along?
We'll say that again?
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family or Brian Albert or Christopher Albert or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No.
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
Okay.
Concerning Tim Albert and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
No.
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
he lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so you follow up.
It was his parents' house. That's already in testimony. It was the Albert parents' house before it was Brian Albert's house. So he fled to his parents' house where he lived.
Follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene. Isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
The vehicle that he hit.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So what you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective.
Ask exact questions. Ask exact questions. Once again, the Turtle Boy Club is going to be at him. That's perjury. That's perjury. That's perjury. It's not. No, he answered the question. It wasn't a parked car. It was a stationary car. There's a difference.
Of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car
Yes.
with a woman in it, fled the scene. Then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
And you didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my
Objection,
job.
Your Honor. Move to strike.
So this is voir dire. Could you answer the question, please?
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Good did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation was really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Good did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do what I just suggested, a full-blown DUI investigation, even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We spoke with him and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion.
I don't know.
And his record was wiped clean.
The diversion has nothing to do with him. The diversion is between the district attorney and the judge. The police might be able to give their input, but whether he received a diversion or not has absolutely nothing to do with this officer. Nothing whatsoever. It's, did he get off easy? Maybe. But that's the DA that gets to decide.
Don't know.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down, sir. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That one was 10 years ago. Well, 12 years ago, because roughly 2012, the car accident, the fist fight was 22 years ago.
I'll be very brief. I spoke about the Aguiar case a couple of days ago, and I think it's still attendant to our conversation today, or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other than something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to clear and convincing evidence that there's a bias or prejudice. But if the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking. In this case, Sergeant Lang's willingness to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lowley's going to say, and he's going to harp on, this was so long ago, that actually cuts against the Commonwealth case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help out his longtime friend, whom he socializes with, drinks with, grew up with, establishes a bias and a prejudice, in this case against Miss Reed, and in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play in this, a role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. The jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Good, for instance, who seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lank is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to, or they can adopt it if they want to,
So-
if they need to be able to hear the evidence.
So I have a question for you. So the part about the complaint at the station
Yes.
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapalito brothers, which puts us a little far afield?
That's a good question. It's hearsay. It's hearsay. Sergeant Lank didn't take that complaint. So you're gonna call in criminals? How do you get it in?
So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lopalito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask who's better to tell the jurors that they walked in. I can get the police report. I can tell the court when it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd, and the Lopalitos walked in on August 31st to make the complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it or as little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial, and we're trying to avoid that. Hold on, if he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand. And
Hey, don't argue over the judge, Jackson. You know better.
the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint, and then I would seek to.
Oh, whoa. Conspiracy. Do you know what Jackson is doing right here? Do you know what Jackson is doing right here? He's giving a proffer. He's saying, if you allow me to bring one of the Lapaletti brothers into court, he's going to testify this. That's a proffer. According to the Free Karen Reed people, this makes Jackson a criminal. He's offering this for the purpose of staying out of jail himself, because that's all that a proffer is, according to the Free Karen Reed people, according to Turtle Boy, because that's what Turtle Boy has told them. That's what Turtle Boy has told them. So, Mr. Jackson offering this as a proffer, because that's what it is, telling the judge what he expects the Lapalito brothers to testify about. That means he's a criminal. That means the FBI is on their way right now as we speak. The next sirens you hear outside of that courtroom, they're coming for Jackson. See how ridiculous it is, turtle people? Proffer is not a conspiracy.
Either get a stipulation to the date of the police reports. I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave, okay?
If I have them.
We have to get them.
Right. I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
What does Scar sing in The Lion King? Be prepared for the death of the king. That's it. It's okay when Turtle Boy does it. But Turtle Boy, it's not even a proffer. It's conjecture. It's twaddle.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, I would submit that defendant has a minutes burn. There is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point. Bringing in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago to
So
involving...
let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lang would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lang would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much, much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lang was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lang's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallager and Sergeant Good, that you've already heard from. And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements who all those witnesses then subsequently talked to troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries.
And that's a good point. They give more statements. This isn't the only statement for the jury to rely on. The reality is, you could say it's being offered just to show that they've been consistent or inconsistent. Because, you could just not bring them in and just go with the statements they made to the state police.
And will we all be testifying as witnesses in this case? So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing but confuse the jury as to what the issues are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know yet. I want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that it has nothing to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does. So it comes in for different purposes, so different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight, or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay. All right. So we'll figure this out tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, please.
All right. So that explains it. It's not to qualify whether he can be a witness, which, would have been quite an extreme measure. It's that's impeachment, and the court had to rule whether that impeachment was allowed. It sounds to me like it's the alleged allegations of prior bad acts is what it sounds like to me. Is it more prejudicial than probative? Maybe. The judge doesn't seem to think so, so I'm going to say no, but it doesn't discount any testimony the officer does give, but the jury gets to think, well, if he's willing to get into a fist fight. But then, of course, Mr. Lally can rehabilitate him. So if any of these members of the jury were to see you in the street and they had just been jumped by someone and they ran to you, knowing you were a police sergeant from seeing you at this trial, if they ran to you in the street saying, I was just jumped, even off duty, you'd do your best to defend them? Oh, yes, sure, of course. I love the jury. So, he can be rehabilitated. Whether the jury buys it or not is up to the jury, but yeah. So, and the department did recuse themselves, but they still received a few statements before recusing themselves. So either way, that's, I think, where we're going to leave it. So yeah, tomorrow, half day. There's a chance I might go slightly early, depending. I have a feeling there's going to be a family birthday dinner for someone tomorrow. I don't know what time yet, so I'll have to do the math and maybe go a little earlier than usual or Zoom or whatever. But either way, I will see you guys tomorrow. Do the YouTube things, like, share, subscribe, and yeah, I will see you tomorrow. So bye-bye.